mwicare.
Please be seated.
Mwaramutse mwese.
Good morning, everyone. The Special Chamber on International and Cross-Border Crimes is going to start its proceedings. And today we have case RP 0031/2019/HCIC prosecution versus RUSESABAGINA and his co-accused, charged with crimes related to terrorism. The registrar will write down that the defendants are present, represented by the usual defense teams, and the party claiming compensation is represented by 3 attorneys. Those absent today are 3 people who are not represented from different companies, but I heard they were on the way. They're about to be here. So, as usual, we take note that RUSESABAGINA is not present today. You remember that the court had decided that each time he would be notified, which we do as usual. But today, the prisoner wrote a letter and said that he refused to sign the notification and that he will not be present. So that will not stop the court from proceeding. So the case, the trial will continue. We will pick up from where we left off. The prosecution was laying out its case, so please go ahead and take the floor. Thank you, Your Honor. Last time we had started explaining the charges against these defendants. We had started with explaining the context, and today we will start with each one of the defendants, explaining the charges against them. We will lay out the evidence that support those charges, each one separately. And today we will start with Nsengimana Herman, whose dossier had been had arrived at the court, and then it was merged with Sankara's and RUSESABAGINA and co-accused. We will not go back to saying who he is, Nsengimana Herman, because the court had read his identity to him, and he confirmed that it was his true identity. Now, charges against him. Nsengimana Herman is accused of having committed 2 crimes. First, forming an illegal armed group or joining that illegal armed group. And that is punishable by Article 200 of the Law 68/2018 of 30 August 2018 about crimes and punishments in general. Second charge against him is being a member of a terrorist organization, a crime that is punished as per Article 18 of the Law 46/2018 of 13 August 2018 about fighting terrorism. Your Honor, Nsengimana Herman, with these 2 charges against him, we're talking about the crimes he committed between April 2018 and December 2019. And these 2 crimes he committed these 2 crimes both in Uganda and in the DRC. Committed those while being in those 2 countries. Your Honor, we'd like to reiterate this. Nsengimana Herman was an educator in Rwanda. He taught was a teacher in a high school, and on 22nd April 2014, he left Rwanda and went to Uganda. This individual, Nsengimana Herman, was an individual who knew Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, and both of them during statements, they explained that they are originally from the same district, and Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, was friends with Nsengimana Herman's sibling, which is how they came to know each other. And in 2018, Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, recruited him to join his RRM movement, as it's been explained before. And when Nsengimana enrolled in that RRM movement, this RRM merged with the CNRD Ubwiyunge and PDR within MRCD, as we've explained before, which allowed Nsengimana Herman to be one of the members of MRCD, as it was explained earlier. And after discussions with between Nsabimana Calixte and Herman, Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, asked Nsengimana Herman to leave Uganda and go to the DRC and become one of the members of RRM, who would be joining FLN army. Also, Nsabimana Calixte had requested him to recruit within refugee camps in Uganda, recruit other young men who will join that FLN army, representing his RRM movement. Your Honor, on 18 April 2018, Nsengimana Herman went to the DRC to join the FLN army, and upon his arrival, and he was with other civilians who had joined him, they started military training, military education, and they graduated on 12 September 2018. And from then on, the civilian, the formerly MRCD civilian, had become a NEF-ALEN soldier. Let's remind the court that this FLN army was an armed wing of the MRCD, which was a political branch. And after his military training, and once he had become a FLN soldier, even though he was a low-ranking soldier, but based on their responsibility, especially as an a person who represented RRM as a political movement, representing it within FLN army. He was entrusted with significant responsibilities, which were above his military rank. He was still a private. And some of the responsibilities entrusted to him included being communications commissioner in media and communication, and he later on became commissioner for youth. He carried out those responsibilities as a soldier, but within MRCD FLN, he was a commissioner for youth. In the early December, rather in the beginning of May 2019, when the usual spokesman for FLN, Savimana Calixte, aka Sankara, had just been arrested. That's when Nsengimana Herman was received new responsibilities. On 15 May 2019, he became spokesman for FLN military wing, and he was promoted from private to captain in FLN army. His job as spokesman for FLN became his job from 15 May 2019 to the beginning of December 2019, when he was arrested on the battlefront, arrested by FRDC, the DRC army, within its large campaign to eradicate military groups and militias in that country, especially in the eastern DRC. And that's specifically in Kivu provinces, the north and the south. Your Honor, if you look at this legally, we're going to clarify the acts committed in every one of those crimes. We will show the legal element. We will show the intent. We will show the effects of those crimes. And on the legal basis for these charges, he's accused of being a member of an illegal armed group. And the Article 200 of Law 68/2018 of 30 August about crimes and punishments in general, especially in paragraph 2, where it says this: any individual who willingly enrolls or is selected to be a member of an illegal army, an army that does not belong to a country, is committing a crime. And once found guilty, he serves no more than not less than 7 years, but not longer than 10 years in prison. And now the second part is the acts constituting this crime. Now here we show that Nsengimana Herman, as an individual who was educated, who went on to become a teacher, willingly enrolled in an illegal armed group. We're talking about FLN on those dates we've mentioned above, from 18 April 2018 to December 2019, when he was arrested on the battlefront by FRDC. This is based on the fact that in Rwanda, the only army that is legal is Rwanda Defense Forces. As per 159 law in the Rwandan Constitution of 2003, as revised in 2015. Your Honor, this means that FLN armed group is not the one mentioned in that constitution. FLN is an illegal armed group if you look at Rwanda's law. Therefore, it's an illegal army. The act of joining an illegal army, which is what Nsengimana Herman did, is proved by the following evidence. First is based on his own statement when he was interviewed by different instances, investigation, prosecution, and when he appeared about temporary release, temporary imprisonment or release. On 16 April 2020, when he was interviewed by the prosecution, on the fourth question, Nsengimana Herman explained how he joined FLN illegal army. He said it in the following words. He said this: Semana Calixte, aka Sankara, formed or created Rwanda Revolutionary Movement, RRM, and made me become a member of that movement. Back then I lived in Uganda in 2018. Later on, Sankara had an agreement with other political other movements, including CNR de Giyunge, led by General Wilson Irategeka, and PDR Humure, led by Paul RUSESABAGINA, and they agreed to start a partnership. RRM joining MRCD. He explained that that umbrella of MRCD would have FLN as an armed wing, that there was an agreement that RRM would bring in more soldiers so they have one and the same army. He went on to say that because I was in Uganda and FLN was operating in the DRC, Sankara requested me to go to the Congo to represent RRM within that army. That's how I left Uganda, went to the DRC in Ruchuru, where I joined CNRD and FLN. That was their base. It was back in April 2018. That's how I joined FLN. After my military training, on 12 September 2018, I became FLN soldier. I started as a private, but after Sankara was arrested in April 2019, on 5th May 2019, I became the spokesman, and I was promoted to captain. Your Honor, this statement that he used in the prosecution, it was the same when he was interviewed by the investigators on 17 January 2020 on question number 2. It was the same statement. There's no need to repeat it, but we have references. It's the statement, his statement in the investigation on 17 January 2020 on question number 2. The court can read it. He used the same words on how he enrolled in the FLN armed group. Another evidence that matches Nsengimana Herman's own statements when he talks about how he joined an illegal army is Nsabimana Calixte Sankara's statement, who encouraged him to join FLN army and MRCD in general. When Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, was interviewed on 20th May 2019, when he was interviewed by investigation on question number 10, he explained how he recruited Nsengimana Herman. We'll read a small passage on that question. We will not read the entirety. We will only limit this reading to how he was encouraged to join. Nsabimana Calixte, aka, says it this way. The commissioner in charge of mobilization was Twihangane Sheriff Pacifique. The commissioner for women was Ingabire Marie-Claire. Commissioner for youth was also team leader of our people in the FLN. That's Captain Nsengimana Herman. He's a soldier in the FLN. They did the cadet course in the DRC. And about question number 10 of the same statement by Nsabimana Calixte, he said Nsengimana Herman was the first soldier that I sent to the FLN army, and those was the same army, the military wing for MRCD. It's not just a statement. His statement before investigators and the prosecutors, Your Honor, because what we've explained here is what Nsengimana Herman explained. That's what was his statements when he was pleading to be released on a temporary basis, and it's also mentioned in a document number RDP 00346/20/TB Gasabo of 30th April 2020. Jailing on a temporarily jailing Nsengimana Herman. And his statement before investigators and prosecutors is also referred to in paragraph 9 of the same decision. So there's no need to repeat the same statement. But you have the references in paragraph 9 in the decision with whose number we've mentioned. Another evidence that proves that Nsengimana Herman was a member of FLN armed group, Your Honor, is based on the communique which the court has in the dossier, a communique that it was a press release. That was the title of 5th May 2018, signed by the president of MRCD, Paul RUSESABAGINA, who was president of MRCD FLN back then, which in this press release was appointing him spokesman for FLN Army. Your Honor, this, in addition to his own statements explaining how he joined that army, this is another evidence that proves that this FLN army, this illegal armed group, is where he belonged. And this is what Paul RUSESABAGINA said when he was interviewed by the investigation on 8 September 2020 about questions. Question number 2, when he was asked who replaced Nsengimana Calixte, aka Sankara, as spokesman after his arrest, Paul RUSESABAGINA, in his statement, explained that the FLN spokesman was in the hands of RRM. So when Nsengimana Calixte, aka Sankara, was arrested, they replaced him with Nsengimana Herman, who was also appointed captain within FLN Army subsequently. Your Honor, about belonging to being a member of an illegal armed group, and based on this evidence that we just laid out, including their own statements, the defendant's own statement, Nsengimana Herman's statements, and other statements that corroborate his. In addition to these press releases, we find that, Your Honor, there's no shadow of a doubt that Nsengimana Herman was a member of an illegal armed group of FLN. The third that is required in addition to the act is the willingness to commit a crime. Your Honor, we find that the fact that Nsengimana Herman went against the law when he joined an illegal armed group, when he joined FLN, there's nothing else that it needs to be proven. There's nothing else to prove his intention. We know what the law says. So if you break that law, it means that there's a will to commit a crime. So, Your Honor, the elements that need to be combined for there to be a crime, including the action itself, accepting to join an illegal armed group, the will to join that group by breaking the law, especially, and then the law sanction, the law with sanctions as per Rwandan law, and we have Article 200 of the law 68/2018 of 30th August 2018 about sanctions, crimes and sanctions in general, punishments in general, especially in paragraph 2. And before you go to crime number 2, we have a few questions we'd like to ask.
Ko Nsengimana yinjiye muri uwo muti utemewe ryari? Ni uguhera 12 Nzeri cyangwa ni uguhera muri Mata 2018? Turaza umusubiza icyo kibazo, turaza kugara ku kindi impamvu tubaje icyo kibazo. Dufate ko ari uguhera muri Mata 2018, dufate ko ari uguhera muri 12 Nzeri 2018.
Ndabashimye Monsieur le Président, nkuko twari twabisobanuye haruguru, hari ku itariki ya 18 Mata mwaka wa 2018 nibwo Nsengimana Herman yavuye muri Uganda ajya muri Congo, atangira inyigisho za gisirikare. Azirangiza ku itariki ya 12 Nzeri umwaka wa 2018, aba umusirikare wa FLN kuko yahise ahabwa ipeti rya soldat. Dusanga Monsieur le Président, na periode y'amahugurwa niyo uri mu myitozo ya gisirikare, deja igikorwa cyo kwinjira kiba cyatangiye ku bwacu, gishobora kurangira ntubewe, ariko igihe wenda waramuka utsinzwe amahugurwa, ariko twe tugasanga ubwo yabaga rekrite kwinjira mu ngabo akajya mu birindiro bya FLN agatangira imyitozo, twe dusanga Monsieur le Président twafatira ko yatangiye itariki ya 18 z'ukwezi kwa 4 umwaka wa 2018, ubwo yafataga gahunda yo kwinjira mu birindiro bya CNRD agatangira imyitozo ya gisirikare. Imyitozo yaje kurangira anayitsinze, ahabwa ipeti rya soroda ku itariki ya 12 z'ukwezi kwa 9 2018. Tugasanga rero Monsieur le Président yari amatariki y'ingenzi nkuko twayavuze ya buri gikorwa, ariko twe dusanga urugendo rwe rwo kwinjira mu gisirikare cya FRN rwaratangiye ku itariki ya 18 z'ukwezi kwa 4 2018.
ubwo noneho kubera iki mushingira tugiye muri elema legale, noneho kubera iki mushingira ku itegeko rya 2018? kandi niba twibuka neza yasohotse ngira ngo kuri mu igazeti ya leta kuri 27 niba ntibeshe z'ukwezi kwa 9 2018. ubwo turafata ko icyo cyaha mu murega cyo kuba mu mutwe w'ingabo si infraction continue, ni infraction instantanée. ubwo noneho twagiye mu mategeko,
nibyo meshe
cyangwa hari igice yabangiye kuba umutwe we ingabo utemewe, hari itegeko rikurikizwa, ikindi gice awubamwo hari irindi tegeko rikurikizwa. ubwo iki cyashingiwe kugira ngo mushingire kuri iri tegeko, kandi ngira ngo icyo gihe mutubwiye hari irindi tegeko rihana.
nibyo Monsieur le Président, ubwo yinjiraga kuri ariya matariki ya 18 z'ukwezi kwa 4 2018 hari itegeko rya 2012 ryashyiragaho igitabo cy'amategeko ahana ibyaha mu Rwanda. ariko kuri twe Monsieur le Président, kujya mu mutwe w'ingabo utemewe ni infraction continue, kuko kuva yarabayemo kugeza afashwe, icyo cyaha ntago wavuga ko ari infraction instantanée, cyarakomeje kugeza kugeza mu mwaka wa 2019 akaba yarafashwe. hari itegeko rigena icyo cyaha ryasohotse nk'uko twarivuze, itegeko riteganya ibyaha n'ibihano muri rusange ryo kuwa 30 z'ukwa 8 2018. tugasanga rero kuba ari ryo tegeko twakoresheje, nuko n'ubundi yafashwe akiri mu bikorwa bigize icyaha akurikiranweho.
muratubwira ko Nsengimana Herman yafatiwe ku rugamba n'ingabo za FARDC. urwo rugamba rwaberaga hehe?
ndabashimye Monsieur le Président, Madame Juge, nkuko twari twabisobanuye umutwe cyangwa twanabisobanuye na mbere ku bijyanye n'umutwe w'ingabo wa FRN wari ufite ibirindiro mu ntara za Kivu muri Repubulika Iharanira Demokarasi ya Kongo. nkuko rero twari twanabivuze, Nsengimana Herman yafashwe mu gikorwa cyari cyateguwe n'ingabo za FARDC kigamije kurwanya imitwe yitwara gisirikare ikorera ku butaka bwa Kongo. hakaba muri iyo mitwe hari harimo n'umutwe wa FRN wari warashinzwe ugamije ibikorwa bya destabilisation ku butaka bw'u Rwanda, byo guteza umutekano muke ku butaka bw'u Rwanda. Nsengimana Herman rero imirwano yafatiwemo ni yari ihanganishije iyo mitwe yitwara gisirikare irimo umutwe wa FRN n'ingabo za FARDC. akaba yarafatiwe mu ntara za Kivu muri Repubulika Iharanira Demokarasi ya Kongo.
Okay, twakomeza nimba mwarangije kuri icyo cyaha, ariko ntabwo twumvise neza impamvu itegeko rya 2012 ryo ritakurikizwa, kuko ari ryo ryakurikizwaga Herman yinjira muri uwo mutwe nkuko mwabitubwiye.
hazanarebwa ibingibi wenda mu gihe cy'ibihano, hazarebwa itegeko ryaba riteganya ibihano bitoya, ariko twe twasangaga kuba ari infraction continue utafata amategeko abiri kandi hari itegeko riri resante rigena icyo cyaha, cyane cyane ko nk'uko n'urukiko rwanabyibukije, nubwo twavuze ko ruriya rugendo rwatangiye kuri ariya matariki ya 18, ariko Monsieur le Président, nta nubwo twabura kuvuga yuko mu by'ukuri kwinjira mu gisirikare reyeri bihera ku gihe warangirije amahugurwa, ariko l'intention yo gukora icyaha yayitangiriye kuri ariya matariki ya 18 z'ukwezi kwa 4 2018, ariko mu by'ukuri kuba umusirikare wa FRN mu buryo bwemewe bikaba byaratangiye arangije amahugurwa. Iyo niyo mobile yatumye dukoresha itegeko rya 2018 tudashingiye ku bikorwa byaba byarabaye mbere mu itegeko rya 2012.
Dukomeze nimba kuri ikindi byari birangiye,
kuri icyo twari turangije Monsieur le Président.
Ku cyaha cya kabiri,
icyaha cya kabiri akurikiranweho ni icyaha cyo kuba mu mutwe w'iterabwoba. Nk'uko twari twabigenje ku cyaha cya mbere, no kuri iki dufite inshingano zo kugaragaza ibisabwa bitatu kugira ngo icyaha cyuzure. Hari ukuba giteganijwe ni igikorwa cyakozwe, hari igikorwa cyakozwe, hari no kuba icyo gikorwa giteganijwe nk'icyaha mu mategeko ahana ibyaha mu Rwanda, ndetse no kuba bigaragara ko hari ubushake bwo gukora icyo cyaha kugikurikiranweho. Duhereye rero ku kuba hari itegeko riteganya igikorwa cyo kuba mu mutwe w'iterabwoba, ingingo ya 18 y'itegeko nimero 46/2018 ryo kuwa 13 z'ukwa 8 2018 ryerekeye kurwanya iterabwoba, iteganya ko umuntu uba cyangwa wemera kuba mu mutwe w'iterabwoba cyangwa ugira uruhare mu bikorwa by'umutwe w'iterabwoba cyangwa ukora ikintu cyose cyongerera ubushobozi undi mutwe w'iterabwoba aba akoze icyaha. Iyo abihamijwe n'urukiko ahanishwa igifungo kitari munsi y'imyaka 15 ariko kitarengeje imyaka 20. Monsieur le Président, duhereye nanone tugiye ku bikorwa nyirizina kuri iki cyaha, tugaragaza ko Nsengimana Herman yabaye kandi akagira uruhare mu bikorwa by'umutwe w'iterabwoba wa MRCD FRN. Ahangaha Monsieur le Président, tukaba twarabisobanuye ubushize ko nubwo MRCD nka branche politique dushingiye ku bikorwa wakoze nk'uko tuzagenda tubigaragaza, ubwawo ni umutwe w'iterabwoba, na FRN nk'ingabo nawo ni umutwe w'iterabwoba. Ahangaha Monsieur le Président, ngira ngo twari twabisobanuye muri contexte, cyane cyane mu bika bya 22 ku nyandiko itanga ikirego twasobanuriyemo contexte ku bijyanye n'umutwe w'iterabwoba, aho twasobanuye ko hashingiwe ku ngingo ya kabiri agace ka 11 k'itegeko nimero 46/2018 ryo kuwa 13 z'ukwa 8 2018 ryerekeye kurwanya iterabwoba, hasobanurwa umutwe w'iterabwoba icyo ari cyo mu mategeko y'u Rwanda, ko ari itsinda ry'abantu rikorera kuri gahunda kandi rifite umugambi wo gukora ibikorwa by'iterabwoba. Hakaba twaragaragaje ko ibisabwa kugira ngo umutwe w'iterabwoba ubeho ari bibiri, cyane cyane gukorera kuri gahunda, kuba ari une organisation iri structurée. Ahangaha Monsieur le Président, tukaba twarasobanuye ibijyanye no kuba structuré.
And as we said, the structured nature was proved by the accused people themselves, who explained how MRCD was run, what was the College of Presidents, and then the management on the ground, and the commissions and committees. All that was explained. And it was also shown that FLN was an armed group that was hierarchical, with the proper hierarchy, with the command chain of command, with commanders in a properly and strictly organized structure. Third, the acts of terrorism that were committed by this group. We demonstrated that in the previous submission, sir, because the actual accused themselves did provide such information and confirm such information. Simon Akarix, alias Sankara, said in May 2019, how in May 2019 he was involved in these activities. He explained himself, and I quote, "We set up FLN because it was the only way of putting pressure on the government of Rwanda." Then in another submission when was being questioned, he said that we had planned to blow up bridges, to close Nyungwe Road, to isolate Cyangugu, in order to harass the government of Rwanda. So this was a mission. He explained what they were supposed to do. There was, and therefore we can conclude, because of this and other evidence, that it was a terrorist group. Now, Your Honor, Nsenyimana Harman was involved in terrorist activities under this particular terror group. Let me come back a bit and explain why we say this group and the accused were part and parcel of terrorist activities. Where, in fact, first of all, he said so himself, Mr. Harman, when he was questioned by, on 17th June 2020 by the prosecution, the investigation committee. He was questioned as to his activities, and he explained by beginning with how he joined FLN. And he said, Sankara mobilized me. He convinced me, mobilized me and included me in this group. Then he explained the meaning of the Mouvement Rwandais that was run by RUSESABAGINA, and he said that they explained to him that there was a political branch, but there was a military branch, and our group was supposed to play the military role. There was another group that was in charge of mobilization and propaganda, and I did that work sometimes Ruchu. So this is what happened. He explained himself what they actually did. He also said that there were these two groups, MLCD, FLN. Both of them can be considered as terrorist organizations separately, but in fact they are part and parcel of the same group. MLCD, FLN cannot be separated because FLN is an armed group that is a branch let's say it's part of the MRCD. In fact, we should say MRCD FLN. You can be considered a terrorist whether you belong to one or the other, because the plans were the same. The objectives were joined. Now, as I explained, Your Honor, what Herman himself said in his submissions or statements, he explained that the two groups, MRCD, FLN, are terrorist groups, because even when he was a spokesman of this group, he would speak or write on in papers or on social media and so on. And he would himself brag about some of the operations, the attacks that had been carried out, and he would even invite people and encourage them to join the group as a spokesperson for these groups. And as I said, he was very active as a spokesperson. There was a radio, an online radio called Urumuri Light, and he spoke there as a spokesman, official spokesman of this group, and he was asked about the September 2019 attack in Rusizi. Nsengimana Herman was asked by a journalist, and then he answered that this is an attack by FLN. He said it's a place called Ukuchapa next to a military facility. The fact that he specified that he was proudly claiming responsibility for an FLN operation where he showed exactly the role that he played in the terrorist process connected with this attack. He claimed responsibility for his group, for this attack, and he was proud the way he described it. This, Your Honor, was confirmed by a number of co-accused. Some of them are sitting here. Nibiramira Innocent, in his statement that was read in September 2020, when he was asked about the Rusizi attack and the locality known as Kuchapa. He said the following: this fourth attack occurred at the end of September 2019 in Nyakarenzo, next to the army position, but we were not going to attack the army. In fact, we were not. I and Matakamba, Jukusenge, Sabimana, Damasin, and Sibomana Jean Bosco, we were just going to get transport. We stopped a truck. It stopped. It refused to stop. We shot in the air. It stopped. We wanted to burn it down, but the soldiers had the shooting, and they came and stopped us. They shot and frightened us. They shot to frighten us off, and we went away. We didn't get anywhere further than that. So, Your Honor, he explains that this is what they did, and this is a terrorist activity, and he actually himself says that the objective was terrorism. Second, Your Honor, Ntibiramira Innocent specifies also that they were not really attacking the army position or posts. The army post there, I think this was very clearly specified in the previous sittings of this court. What we want to specify is that they did not intend to attack the army at their position or camp or facility. They had come to hijack a car for the purpose of burning it down. They stopped a truck. It refused to stop. They shot at it, and it stopped. And they were going to burn it, but the soldiers had the shots and came and chased them away. Shot at them, and they ran away. So this is now, as the accused explained, that it was an act of terrorism, an act of terror. And we had already in the RUSESABAGINA case, when we were at the stage of context or contextualization, that was also mentioned in that statement, or in that report, let's say. Now, the other point is that Ntibiramira Innocent explained their objective when they attacked in this particular instance, and therefore this explanation shows that they were a part and parcel of a terrorist activity, a terrorist attack in this case. They admitted it themselves. So that is again another item to add. Another item was some of the recording of BBC Gahuza Miryango and other media. Nsengimana Herman was recorded there, as a spokesperson, official spokesperson of this group that was attacking. And in fact, he would call the young, especially young people, to join. He would take advantage to recruit. You remember, sir, that on the 19th March 2020, we played all these audio recordings to him. He recognized, or he admitted that it was his voice, it was himself, whether BBC, Ubumwe Radio, or other media, that it was his voice, and he's the one who gave those interviews and made those statements when at the time he was based in DRC. Your Honor, there is something that is very, very important that we should stress. The role of a spokesperson in terrorist activity is primordial. It is the essential piece of this activity, because the spokesman does the propaganda. He terrorizes the people. He says, for example, on the media, the Rusizi road is blocked. Even if it's a lie, even if people are not sure that it's true, but they will not take that road. Or if he says, oh, such and such a sector or district or province is in the red zone, that's frightening. Or when he said, our young people have already conquered, occupied the southern province or the western province or northern. Young people, come and join us, he said. This is the key role, or the key clog, let's say, in terrorism. So nobody should think that a spokesperson is a secondary person or a marginal person. He is essential. So the essential role of a spokesman that Herman had was major, has been noted as such. Another role that he played, that is also very important, was recruitment. In recruiting young people for the armed group, especially the armed branch of that terrorist group. He was the one who was in charge of receiving the new recruits from Congo and Uganda. He admitted it on the 10th of May 2019. He was asked a number of questions, and under question number 10, how did you organize the recruitment and admission of young people, young recruits? And he said, I used to speak with Herman because he was already at the headquarters of Wilson Irategeka. Wilson Irategeka is a general, a leader. His alliance was Rumbago, and he was the overall commander of the FLN forces. Also, he was also a vice chairman of MRCD, or vice president of MRCD. And then Saimana said, I used to speak. He said, I used to speak to Herman because he was already at Wilson Irategeka's headquarters in Faringa, Northern Kivu. And this is how we we organized the young people we recruited from Rwanda and Uganda. I had told Twihangane Sheriff and also who was in charge of the money, so he would receive the money, organize the transfer of these young people, and then Herman would receive them. So Herman was in charge of recruitment. That has already been said. Then, when he joined the armed groups, he was in charge of actually receiving the young people that had just been collected, because FLN had also committed to bringing new recruits so that they can also have a group to train and fight for them, as Sankara had already explained. And he himself said that he used to collect these people who had just crossed, and that was his role. When they got to the MRCD camps, he, as a representative of RRM, would meet them, organize them, and and take them for training as fighters. This statement that Nsabimana and Sankara made, that we have just referred to, also agrees with Nshimiyimana Anastasia's statement during his questioning on 7th February 2020. When he was questioned, he replied to question 5 and 6 that Nsabimana was one of the people who recruited us, he said, into the armed branch of FLN. Therefore, Your Honor, apart from, or in addition to Nsengimana Herman himself in his statement having admitted it and explained his role, and both by having had a role in a terrorist activity or under a terrorist organization, we can therefore conclude, Your Honor, with certainty that Nsabimana Herman was a member of a terrorist organization where he played a role in the terrorist activities of this group. As to regard the intentional element, well, as we said when we cited Article 18 of the law of 2018, it is clear that he broke the law, and that he willingly joined this organization. Not only joined willingly, but in fact was very active in furthering the activities of these terrorist organizations as a spokesman who used to actually brag about their attacks and other operations. And secondly, how he used to be the one to actually receive the young recruits, or organize their joining the training. So these are things that he has admitted. There are further explanations that we shall give, sir, when the time comes for such explanations. We may then, we propose to stop here with Herman's case, Are there any questions? Yes, says the President. I think this is a question that will be recurrent. MRCD-FLN. Are they illegal groups or terrorist groups or both or more? Are they at the same time a terrorist organization and an illegal armed group? Are these two crimes joined? Are they separate? Because then the laws will be different. Because, being in an armed group, a member of an armed group just comes under the ordinary criminal code. But being a terrorist, well, that's something else. It's not just the code of criminal justice that applies, as far as I can see. So please specify this so that it's clear.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, FLN is an illegal armed group. However, as we had explained when we talked about what qualifies it as an illegal armed group is because it was an army. It's an armed group and it's a structured group. And that qualifies it as an illegal armed group because the law says people who come together forming an army that is not a regular army is an illegal army. Your Honor, this does not mean that in an illegal armed group, it does not stop it from becoming a terrorist group too. An illegal armed group can remain as such and not become a terrorist group when what constitutes a terrorist group is not met, as we had explained in the dossier. We had also mentioned this earlier when we said that if you don't need to go into doctrine and case law with a terrorist organization. For there to be a terrorist organization, you need two things. It's a structured group, and we've explained this, how FLN is a very well structured organization. Second, there has to be an intent to commit terrorist acts. We've explained that FLN army has conducted terrorist activities. We've explained this with Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara's document, where he explained their objectives when they started FLN in his statement of May 10th. We said this, establishing that FLN, in addition to being an illegal armed group, it also became a terrorist organization. Their objective was to destroy bridges, to destroy other infrastructure, put the government of Rwanda under pressure. We've explained this at length. That what qualifies a terrorist organization. Your Honor, FLN is an illegal armed group. But as we've explained, FLN is also a terrorist organization because it meets the requirements for a terrorist organization as per Article 2, Part 11. It meets the requirements for it to be a terrorist organization. It's an illegal armed group because of the law in our Constitution that stipulates that any other army that is not a regular army, that is not the RPA, Rwandan Patriotic Army, is illegal. That's obvious. So, is there any confusion that one group can have two labels, an illegal army and a terrorist organization, based on its activities? Because what qualifies a group as a terrorist organization has to do with its activities. Now that we can prove that FLN, we know its intent to commit terrorist acts, we've established that, but FLN has implemented that, executed those terrorist acts. So nothing stops one group to be an illegal armed group and at the same time be a terrorist organization, so long as its activities are terrorist acts. Your Honor, we mentioned this at the beginning when we said that MRCD, based on its activities, is a terrorist organization, even though it was a political branch. We've explained this when we were clarifying the context. Because MRCD's objectives included using force against the government of Rwanda, carry out attacks to make sure that roads cannot be used. As Paul RUSESABAGINA and colleagues clarified that was part of their plan when they created MRCD, to put the government of Rwanda under pressure. By all means, that intent alone, and the fact that MRCD is a structured organization with the presidency, the vice presidency, and commissions, that is a requirement for them to meet terrorist organizations as it's defined. And putting the government of Rwanda under pressure, using force, that's another terrorist act. It's not just the intent. They've executed their plans. And as we will keep on clarifying this with the other crimes, MRCD members were the financiers of the FLN army. FLN was on the ground to commit those terrorist acts. Your Honor, we believe that maybe there's still confusion because we haven't explained all the crimes and all MRCD members' roles, not just the soldiers. We will establish their role of the soldiers and others. MRCD FLN are one and the same thing. There's no reason to separate them in two. It's not two different terrorist organizations. MRCD FLN is one and the same terrorist organization. We will keep on clarifying this. But on this case, I will stop here, saying that nothing stops an illegal armed group from becoming a terrorist organization if you look at its activities. The requirements for an army is provided for by the law. It's formed, and when it's not a regular army, we know who the regular army in Rwanda is. That's the RDF. Now, FLN, which is an armed group, is an illegal armed group. And if you look at its activities and its agenda, in addition to being structured, which is mentioned in the law, they had a plan to commit terrorist acts. Your Honor, this means that a group can be an illegal army and a terrorist organization at the same time. Thank you, Your Honor. Should there be need for more explanations, my colleagues will add something. You can go ahead and add what you want to add, but otherwise we'll carry on. But the court has a question for you. It's a question we've raised before. You've mentioned that there's a 29 June law on terrorism, but the clarifications you gave on the first crime, are they the same on the law that needs to be applied? And now, Article 18, when you talk about the second crime, is being a membership to a terrorist group. But when you explain, I mean, towards the end of your expose, well, it encroaches in the 19th article somehow. Now, do the explanations in Article 18, are they enough to explain membership to a terrorist organization and to commit or playing a role in a terrorist act? Thank you, Your Honor. The way the law is laid out, Article 18, it goes like this. Any person who is or accepts to be member of terrorist organizations or plays part in it, in its activities, or does anything that furthers the terrorist organization's agenda is committing a crime. It means that to be a member and to play a role in its activities. And those, what this law, Article 18 says, and maybe you could read Article 19 too. It goes like this. Anybody who commits or tries to commit or to take part in a terrorist activity or who supports that activity commits a crime. Your Honor, this article, Article 18 and 19, we believe that in 18 it means to be part of or playing a part in it. In Article 19 it means executing. The acts we've been talking about, example, the well, in Article 19, there's playing a role in it. It's not the first time we're having this debate. We had the same debate about Sankara. What we want to establish is this. There are two types of people here. A member who plays a role in something, but who is not among those who execute the plan. Article 18 is about other people other than those who execute that plan on the ground, committing terrorist organizations. Somebody could be a mastermind, but he's not the one who explodes a bridge. So, Your Honor, the explanations we've given about the acts referred to in Article 18 about being a member, we've clarified that, and playing a role, we've established his role. We could add this, Your Honor. The way Article 18 is written down and how it's how Article 19 goes, that's how the lawmaker wanted it. But there are different things involved. About Herman, my colleague has explained that there is a crime being a member of a terrorist organization. He's established that fact, being a member of that organization, so that the intent proves that there was a crime. But in addition to being a member, he did more than that. My colleague has mentioned that. Somebody could be a member and does nothing, but he's committed a crime already. But Herman, not only was he a member, but also, and most of all, he committed other crimes. He executed other crimes. He was a spokesman. He would be promoting the what that group was doing. That's his responsibility. So one could be a member and pays for one act they've committed, and somebody else could be answerable for more than one act. That's how we see it, Your Honor. But about MRCD FLN as a terrorist organization, we'd like one of our colleagues to add one more element so we clarify this a little further. Thank you. Yeah, and what point are you talking about? It's about MRCD FLN, terrorist organization, illegal army, and how we need to understand those concepts. The debate was about whether or not it was one group or two groups. So what we're discussing here is that is MRCD-FLN an illegal armed group and a terrorist organization? That's what we want to comment on. Go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. Just some precisions and clarification about what my colleagues have said. And based on MRCD press release, it's in the dossier that the prosecution gave the court. It's a document titled Press Release number 2018/07/01. And we want to remind you that this communique was following another by MRCD number, it was numbered 2018/03/01. And this one was about MRCD welcomes the RRM movement. And that was after Pedere Humure had merged with CNRD Ubwiyunge. And on this date, when they released this press release, they welcomed RRM. So these three groups form MRCD. And back to the one from July 1st, 2018, as we see on that press release, we're not going to read the whole thing. It's a 3-page document signed by Major Calixte Sankara as the second vice president and as FLN spokesman. Your Honor, here is what we want to add to the discussion about MRCD FLN as one group, not two different groups. This is based on this press release. Let's read 2 paragraphs on the second page of the document. There are many reasons before that on page 1 and the first half of page 2, but on the second page on paragraph 3, it goes like this. For all those reasons, we, the leadership of MRCD, we are committed to fighting ethnicity and regionalism and human rights abuse. So, dear youth of MRCD, because you're above RPF division, we are ready to rescue the country. We have formed FLN armed group, National Liberation Forces, and we have given it the responsibility, the mission, to overthrow RPF and Kagame's government. FLN has to do all the means necessary, including war, because the RPF has refused peaceful negotiations. The FLN comes to the rescue of all Rwandans. The youth in FLN are both Hutus and Hutu and Tutsi. They are ready to pay the ultimate price until we reach victory. Those are the two paragraphs we wanted to read, Your Honor, to emphasize what had been said, that FLN and MRCD are one and the same group. And as we had said last time, FLN was created as MRCD's armed wing, and this is clear in this press release signed by its FLN spokesman and second vice president of MRCD. And it's clear here that FLN is MRCD's military wing, so it's not two different groups. And this complements what my colleagues had said when they clarify what the law says about an illegal armed group and a terrorist group. So they went beyond the plan, the intent, and they executed their plan as an illegal armed group and a terrorist group. That's what we wanted to add based on that document. Thank you. Let's carry on. We will put down what you've said. Others are listening. Thank you, Your Honor. And before we conclude, we've never said that an illegal armed group is MRCD FLN. We're clarifying that because the court has sought more clarification. The armed group is called FLN, the illegal armed group. But the terrorist organization is the combination MRCD FLN. Because, as we said before, MRCD alone is a terrorist organization. FLN is a terrorist organization. So we call them MRCD FLN because both bodies, both groups are interconnected. FLN is MRCD's armed wing. We wanted to remove that confusion. We didn't say that the armed group is MRCD FLN. We've said that the armed group is FLN, and the terrorist organization is MRCD FLN. The rest was more explanations. So that's what we will write it down. That because we wanted to have more clarification. And that's those are the clarifications we're giving, Your Honor. If there was an error, if we said that the armed wing was MRCD FLN, that would have been a mistake. Carry on, please. Thank you, Your Honor. As we continue, we'd like to tell the court that now we're done clarifying Herman's crimes, what she's accused of, and the evidence supporting that. And now we're going to lay out the charges against Paul RUSESABAGINA, what constitutes those crimes, and the evidence supporting it. Go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to start by showing that this Paul RUSESABAGINA, one of the defendants in this dossier, is accused of, there are 9 charges, including forming an illegal armed group and being a member of a terrorist organization, aiding and supporting terrorism, murder as an act of terrorism, abducting individuals as a terrorist act, using weapons in their terrorist acts, arson as a terrorist act, being an accomplice to murder as a terrorist act, and arson as a terrorist organization. And all those 9 charges we will clarify one by one, explaining what constitutes each one of those. And right now we're going to start with 2 acts. My colleagues will continue with the rest. So I'll start with forming an illegal armed group, and I will continue with being a member of a terrorist organization. Forming an illegal armed group. We will show what the law says, what the law provides for. And after that, we will explain the acts constituting that crime and the evidence before we move on to the next. Your Honor, about the crime of committing forming an illegal armed group. Rusesabagina Paul is accused of this crime based on Article 200 of the Law 68/2018 of 30 August 2018 with this, crimes and sanctions in general. In this law, anybody, I'm reading the whole law, anybody who forms an illegal armed group, who incites others to join it, who causes such an organization to be formed, using gifts, coercion, or promising other interests with the intent to support a war against a country, is committing a crime. When he's found guilty, he's punished with no less than 10 years, but no more than 15 years in jail. The second part says that anybody who willingly enrolls or accepts to be selected to be part of such an organization is guilty, and he's punished by no less than 7 years in jail or no more than 10 years in jail. And in the first and second paragraphs of this law, what they say is applied when there's a case prosecuted by the general prosecutor or a military court. So all the procedures have been followed, and the elements constituting the crime and the evidence with the material element. Rusesabagina Paul is one of those who formed an illegal armed group. That's MRCD-FLN. This MRCD-FLN, as was said time and again, is an armed group which is part of MRCD political umbrella of political parties. Rusesabagina Paul at different times has encouraged people to enroll in that organization. Your Honor, as my colleague has mentioned, when he was talking about the charges against Nsabimana Herman. In Rwanda, what is an illegal armed group is, as opposed to the regular Rwandan army, which is called Rwanda Defense Forces, RDF. And Article 159 of the Constitution of 2003, as revised in 2015, the legal army in Rwanda is RDF. It's the regular army. Your Honor, any other group which would be formed, which is not in the Constitution, that is an illegal armed group before Rwandan law. Your Honor, there's a document made by the United States Army when they try to explain what they mean by an illegal armed group. The document goes like this.
Forces are armed by definition, and regular forces are armed individuals or groups who are not members of the regular armed forces, police, or other internal security forces.
And this document meant that any other armed group, which is not the country's army, the national army, would be an illegal army. We've said that in Rwanda's case, based on the Constitution, the legal army is the Rwanda Defense Forces. Any other group, armed group, would be illegal. Your Honor, honorable judges, Rusesabagina is one of those who formed FLN army, and we have evidence for that, which we've included in the dossier. In a statement by Rusesabagina Paul before the investigation on 31st August 2020, on page 4, Paul Rusesabagina was explaining himself on illegal army, in his role in forming that illegal army. He says, it's true that I created the FLN illegal army in collaboration with Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, who was the RRM president, and together with Irategeka Wilson, who was president of the CNRD Ubwiyunge. And this act of admitting that was also complemented by his statement before prosecution on 11th September 2020. On the second question, Rusesabagina accepted he was one of those who formed FLN armed group. In addition, he said he is the one who was president of MRCD, who was founder as well, who founded the FLN, and Rusesabagina's statement on the creation of FLN matches statements by many others, including Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, who told the investigation on 30th August 2020. To the first question, he explained how FLN was formed. He also clarified Rusesabagina's role in that forming of FLN. He said it like this: that FLN was the armed wing of MRCD umbrella of three political parties, namely RRM, and I was the president, CNRD of General Irategeka, and PDR Humure of Paul Rusesabagina. Moreover, Your Honor, about Rusesabagina Paul's role in creating FLN is a press release number 2018/07/01 of MRCD of 15th July 2018, and this press release was issued by MRCD, signed by Sabimana Calix, aka Sankara, second vice president and spokesman for FLN. And this press release says that they've created FLN armed wing. And this press release perfectly matches the fact that Rusesabagina is responsible, because it was retrieved from Rusesabagina's laptop during the search to his residence by the Belgian police, as you see in the dossier. On page 2 of that press release, Your Honor, the press release goes like this: we've created FLN, the National Liberation Forces, to liberate the country. And we've given it a mission to overthrow RPF Kagame regime, and as soon as possible. And this, Your Honor, is evidence that Rusesabagina has a major responsibility in the creation of an illegal armed group, the FLN. In addition, Your Honor, in another press release by MRCD number 2019/04/30 of MRCD of 30th April 2019. It's a press release that was retrieved from Rusesabagina Paul's laptop during a search in his home by the Belgian police. The press release mentions how MRCD President Paul Rusesabagina says that the young men and women, our young men and women in our FLN army, are continuing with their military operations. They are fighting the RPF government forces. Your Honor, as president of MRCD, which has an armed wing, FLN, he clarifies that this was their army. So it matches the other document that says they are the ones who formed it. And he says they've entrusted with them a mission to fight the RPF government forces. And Your Honor, as we will clarify, they did not fight the government army, but they committed terrorist acts. Your Honor, this evidence corroborates others, including a radio show on an online radio called The Lock. In that radio show, Rusesabagina Paul was heard speaking together with Twagiramungu Faustin, talking about how FLN was created. And in that radio show, Rusesabagina explains how they created FLN and that they did it as 3 political parties. And he also clarifies that though that army, they gave it a name in May 2018. And Rusesabagina Paul, being one of the founders of FLN, is also confirmed by one of the defendants in this dossier, who was a soldier in that army. This is confirmed by Colonel Nizeyimana Mark, one of the defendants, in his statement of 13th August 2020, when he was interviewed by the investigation. On question number 5, he clarifies how FLN was created. It was created as a military wing affiliated to MRCD. And MRCD was an umbrella of PDR Humore Party of Paul Rusesabagina, Senator de Ogeyunje of General Wilson Irategeka, and RRM of Nzayimana Calixte, aka Sankara, and RDR Rwanda Nziza of Twagiramungu Faustin. Colonel Nizeyimana Mark said this in these words: those parties, together with RRM, PDR Humure, RDI Rwanda Nziza, they formed a coalition, which is MLCD Ubumwe, which had FLN military wing. And this was said by one of the fighters in that military group. And this proves that FLN, an illegal armed group, as we've established, was created in partnership with different political parties, including PDR Humure of Paul Rusesabagina, and who was the president of that umbrella of political parties which had an army, FLN. The evidence we've laid out, Your Honor, prove that Rusesabagina Paul is one of the founders of an illegal armed group, and it was a crime. And as we can see in the law and in doctrine and case law, the act constituting the crime has to be explained to know whether there was an intent to commit that act. The intent, as the scholars say, comes in different forms. It's about the willingness to break the law in general. It could be the willingness to pursue something illegal something special they wanted to pursue. Your Honor, and about this crime of creating an illegal armed group, the law shows that creating an illegal armed group alone is a crime. This is a crime that you could say that means that the person responsible was willing to break the law.
Strict liability.
Well, this is what we call strict liability. Going against the law, intending to do something that goes against the law. This is what we mean. James McCourt, in his book, Strict Liability Laws, he says on page 59, and I read,
avuga ati street liability laws requires a wrongful act only. The state of mind is irrelevant. Bisobanura ko ku byaha.
So clearly, in cases like this, the law provides that doing something that is against the law is sufficient. You no longer need to go into the intentions, so because he has already actually, in actual fact, materially broken the law. So founding the FLN group, working with the other terrorist groups, already founding such groups, armed groups, other than the Rwanda Defense Forces, is breaking the law. It's against the law already. So an illegal armed group is in itself a crime. We do not need to go into what that armed group was going to do or wasn't, because it's clear that if it is armed and it is not part of the National Army or Rwanda Defense Forces, it is already illegal. One other point, when such a group is founded and it goes against the law, there is a document issued by MRCD in 2018, where it says that this group is led by Paul RUSESABAGINA, and that statement is signed by Sabimana Calixte, who was the second vice president and spokesperson for the group FLN. As the statement says, we created these National Liberation Forces, FLN, in French abbreviation, and we founded it with the objective of toppling President Kagame. We will do this by all means. Armed conflict, hot war, as they specify in Hambara Masasu, and we will topple him by all means. So therefore, this is clearly the intention of this armed group to terrorize the people. Therefore, it's both an armed group, illegal armed group, and second, a terrorist organization, because they specify that they will use all and any means, including armed conflict, to topple the Rwanda government. No, just a moment, it says. Just a moment. But any armed group is a terrorist group? You are not clear. Can you explain the difference? Thank you, Your Honor. A group, any group that uses armed conflict is not necessarily a terrorist group. Armed force itself is not a crime. But when armed force is used by an organization that is not the regular army, or rather, that is illegal, then that's something else. So, but we saw that it was a terrorist activity. For example, if they had fought the Rwandan army, but they didn't attack the people, they didn't burn out cars and infrastructure and property, then it wouldn't qualify as a terrorist organization in the sense that we mean. But if you burn cars, you attack the people, you throw grenades anywhere, this means that it is not an armed group that has taken up arms to fight an army. If they had attacked the army alone, we would classify them as an illegal armed group that attacked the army and they fought, but we wouldn't say they are a terrorist group if they hadn't attacked the people. They had attacked the innocent populations. So then there are two counts: illegal armed group. That's one. Then terrorist group, because they have shown themselves that they have terrorized the population and not come to fight the army, the regular army. The second point that I want to make, the second major point, is that Paul RUSESABAGINA is one of those who set up this illegal group. And this is one of the crimes that, the accusations that we have against him. With your permission, sir, I will move to the second point, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, as regards RUSESABAGINA, Paul, what he is accused of in second place is the crime of being a member of a terrorist organization. And as we have shown in the dossier, the terrorist groups that are mentioned here are FDL-FOCA, MRCD-FLN, and RUSESABAGINA Paul is accused of being a member of the MRCD-FLN terrorist organization. We shall cite the points of law, specify his participation, his having joined these groups, being a member of these groups, and thirdly, that he joined willingly. Article 46, paragraph 48 of March 2018 on terrorist activities says, that paragraph, that anybody who joins or has a role or in terrorist organizations or in some other way contributes to the furthering of the objectives of this terrorist organization will be punished by imprisonment of 10 years minimum, 20 years maximum. As shown in the accusation, paragraph 33 and following, it shows that FLN has proved by its activities that it is a terrorist organization. And as we said earlier, and mentioned it also this morning again, for a group to be qualified as a terrorist, it has to be structured and organized. One. Second, it has to intend terrorist activities as described and as provided for under the law. And the law does provide that in Chapter 2 of the code, the law that I have cited, the law against terrorist activities. These are the two items that are required for a group to be qualified as a terrorist group. One, being an organized group. MRCD FLN are organized, and because in their leadership, as we know from the file and various testimonies, it was led by a college of presidents. The presidents in question, the founders in fact, are the president, the vice president, the first vice president, second vice president, and a third member of this Collège des Présidents. This collegial leadership is well structured, and in fact, even the FLN, the armed group, the armed wing, has a structure, properly military structure, with a commander and so on. So it was organized and structured. Also, all the laws emanated from the College of Presidents. We have seen in the testimonies and elsewhere, including by the accused themselves, that during recruitment of fighters, first the presidency, that is a college of presidents, the presidency had to issue the orders of recruitment and how the recruit should be handled. Therefore, it was well organized and structured, hierarchically organized. So, Your Honor, it is clear that the aim, and in fact, in what we have just said, it was very clear that the aim was that the RPF government should be pressured to the point of agreeing to a meeting of negotiation. So the two bodies were created specifically for terrorist activities as a means of pressurizing or pressuring the Rwanda government, including by armed conflict, as we saw in Nyamataki, Tabi, Rusizi, and as described in the Accusation Act. And we've seen that MRCD-FLN were created for the specific objective as specified by themselves in their statement of mission statement. It is clear that the mission that had been planned and was in fact implemented, the mission was a terrorist mission, a mission to terrorize the population. Second, it was not just the intention or the statement of intent, as in the statement that we cited, in their own statement of mission statement. Between 2018 and 2019, there were various attacks of civilians in Nyaruguru, Nyamagabe, Rusizi. These attacks against ordinary people were not attacks on military structures or military points or military groups. It was against the ordinary people. In fact, it was not just to terrorize them, it was to kill them. They were killed. their property was damaged. Their goods were taken. The objective, as they specifically say so, as they specifically say, was to put sufficient pressure on the Rwanda government so that they can come to negotiate. So that is the objective. Terrorize the people so that the country is pressured to agree with these groups, or rather to agree to meet these groups and negotiate. Rusesabagina, as the head, and in fact the founder of these organizations, and as he continued to be a member of these organizations, as was shown in paragraph 126. He was a founding, the founder, one of the founder. Does he remained in this group? He led it. He remained there, and when he was arrested, he was still part of this organization. Second, Paul Rusesabagina's role was significant in the terrorist acts committed by MRCD-FLN. And it shows that he's both a founding member and an active member of this organization. There is in the dossier there are a number of instances where his support is clear. First, financial support. In the indictment, it is clear that the terrorist activities that my friend who will speak after me will show in the indictment paragraph from 173 to 2015, it is clear, these are the paragraphs that deal with the specific aspect of supporting the terrorist activities. So it is very clear there that he used to support these organizations because in any case he had founded them and not only supported them financially but was involved in their running and activities. The other point is that Your Honor, Rusesabagina Paul himself made a number of statements at various times, and he always himself made it a point of stating that he is a member of this group, MRCD-FLN. He specifically said that he was a member of this organization. For example, in 2017, sorry, I missed a point. I think what I want to say is that what shows that he's a member of these terrorist organizations is that he was their leader. MRCD-FLN were created in 17, and he was the head. He was involved in it until the time that he was arrested. In fact, there was a letter of July where he says that he was a president from the 1st of July 2017. Then in 2018, Wilson from CNLD was supposed to take over the presidency, but Wilson said, I have some problems with communication issues. I cannot be a president, cannot take over, so we should give you another term so that you continue being president. But in 2019, later, CNLD was led by Wilson, MRCD, led by Wilson, but he disappeared in November 2019, was replaced by Mubye Francine, a woman called Mubye Francine, and then by the time CNRD had left or broken off from this main body, and then we know very clearly that this is the time that RUSESABAGINA took over the management and the running of this outfit and continued to do so. So MRCD FLN are led by RUSESABAGINA. In fact, another proof was found when the Belgian police searched his house and searched his computer. This is the file that ends in 30/2019. 2019 is a document of that period after being searched by the Belgian police. So it raised, the message I found is following. The young people that we have recruited are ready for armed conflict with the RPF army. We recall, he says, as we have seen many cases, what he calls armed activities is not an actual military activity. It is in fact terrorist activities. When he say armed conflict, he just means terrorists, go and kill the people, burn their cars, send grenades throw grenades in populated areas, as we saw in many cases. So this is what his idea of armed conflict, or armed struggle, he called it. There, just a moment, says the chair, the president. A question. You're saying MRCD, FLN are terrorist organizations, and that RUSESABAGINA was a member of FLN? Can you specify? Your Honor, that depends on your viewpoint. Because as we explained, there are two organizations, MRCD, FLN, a terrorist organization. Then, MRCD on its own is a political outfit. Then there is also there being an illegal armed group. So RUSESABAGINA presided over the combined MRCD and FLN. Mr. Your Honor, as we explained, an illegal activity, an illegal armed group does not need is not the same as a terrorist organization. They may not do terrorism activities. On the other hand, you don't need an army to terrorize people. You can be a terrorist group without being an armed group. But in their case, they combine the two. The capacity to terrorize the people using armed force. So this is an organization that has a political aspect and an armed group. That armed group is illegal and also a terrorist group. No, my question is, says the president, FLN, you saying that it's a terrorist organization. So because MRCD, both of them, MRCD and FLN, are terrorist organizations, but one is an illegal armed group, and the other one is, I think you explained that clearly. But let's be clear. For example, if FLN is a terrorist organization on its own, FLN, I'm not talking about MRCD FLN. Take FLN. RUSESABAGINA is part of this, FLN. Yes or no? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, we understand that it was set up, FLN was, just a moment, that it was created by MRCD, that we understand, but taken separately, was RUSESABAGINA a member of FLN as a terrorist group on its own? Yes, Your Honor. He supported this group financially, technically, technical support or other forms of support, and he is accused of having supported a terrorist group. But in any case, they are not to be separated. FLN is just a tool and the armed wing and the armed instrument of the terrorist outfit. If it had been isolated, not even if we separate it from the other group, and he supports it even without joining it formally as a member, he's still guilty of supporting terrorism. But in actual fact, FLN was a terrorist organization. They were created by MRCD, that RUSESABAGINA runs, and therefore he also is involved, responsible for the activities in FLN. Thank you, says Your Honor. Is anybody, does your colleague want to take the floor? Yes, Your Honor. I think my colleague, the lawyer had just explained it properly. Let me just add that the terrorist organization MRCD FLN are run by RUSESABAGINA, or their management include RUSESABAGINA. He's one of the co-creators of MRCD. He's the one who defined the mission statement, and he is also one of those who created the armed group FLN. So we're not saying that he's a member of FLN on its own. No, that's what we understand. You mean MRCD FLN, but the court is not asking that question. We are asking you to specify under what group you are accusing him. Yes, sir, Your Honor. He, being a member of FLN as an armed or terrorist group, we find that taken on its own or in isolation, RUSESABAGINA is not a member of FLN as such, but he comes in as a supporter of this organization. So Article 18, for example, and also 19 provide for that aspect of having a role in a terrorist activities, being involved or an accomplice. Article 18 and Article 19 being involved in actual activities of a terrorist organization. So you understand, Articles 18 and 19 are clear. One says, talks about having a role or being involved or in terrorist activities. And in the case of RUSESABAGINA, he is involved in the terrorist activities of FLN, but he is not being accused of being a member. He's not formally a member, but he is accused under Article 19 because which deals with taking part or being involved or having a role in terrorist activities. So maybe we were not clear, Your Honor, but there has to be a distinction between the two articles, 18 and 19, according to how they are to be applied. Yes, says the President. Yes, the question was asked, and it's not the first time. Even in Nyanza, that question was asked, and we also had, it was argued about. Now, we understand the application of Article 18 and 19 is okay, no problem. But you see, sometimes you say FLN, joined with CNS, and then you say they are separate. Be clear. Thank you, Your Honor. When we describe individuals' role, we say that they were part of that organization. They were members. But we have to explain that MRCD was first to be created, then it created an armed wing, FLN, but in fact, they are not separate because one created the other. So when we describe the history, we separate the two organizations because, their history is distinct, but the terrorist group is the armed wing itself, but also, of course, their body that set it up. So, sorry, Your Honor, when we describe things chronologically, some confusion may come in, but in fact, when we are explaining historically, we make a distinction. Yes, says the President. I understand. The court has no problem. We want you to be very clear so that also the defense may know what to defend against or not, because you see, when it's when there is a confusion, which one is a terrorist, which one is not a terrorist, are they both joined or separate? So be specific, but we understand. Thank you, Your Honor. I thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Justices. We were explaining the background to RUSESABAGINA and his participation in these two organizations, including the armed group FLN. We have a YouTube video that we want to present. There is a link that we will find in the act of accusation where it says RUSESABAGINA claims deadly attacks on Rwandan territory. This is what the video says. So we use this as evidence to show that he himself claims or takes responsibility for these attacks. And in these attacks, or the video rather, RUSESABAGINA explains how these attacks were organized. The voice is there, is his, very clear. And he says,
July 2018, the NLF launched a military struggle to liberate the Rwandan people until today. It is imperative that in 2019 we speed up the liberation struggle. Rwandan people can no longer stand the cruelty and all kind of ill treatment directed to us by RPF regime. The time has come for us to use any means possible to bring about change in Rwanda. As all political means have been tried and failed, it is time to attempt our last resort. Hence, I plead my unreserved support that our youth, the National Liberation Forces, NLF, launches against Kagame army in order to free the Rwandan people. As Rwandans, it is important to understand that this is the only way to bring about change in the whole country. For this fact, I call upon all Rwandans, all political and civil society organizations to support these young women and young men who took a lead in the struggle and to mobilize.
These then, Your Honor, are the words that are found in this YouTube video by RUSESABAGINA, and he says that in 2018, FLN troops, FLN or MLF, began liberating the war of liberation, of the struggle, and that they must hurry up or accelerate their activities to liberate the country, because they can no longer put up with the cruelty and the ill treatment that they received, that they suffer by the government. The time has come, he says, for us to use any and all means to effect change in Rwanda. He said we have already used the political means and tools, or we have exhausted the political means and tools, but we achieved nothing. We tried everything. Now the only thing that is left is these particular means, referring to attacks. He continues saying that he's calling on the young people of FLN that they should multiply attacks against Rwanda's, Kagame's people, Kagame's army. And they should understand that is the only way, the only means that we now have left of changing things, because we tried everything and nothing happened. We failed. Political means and political resources and political tools have failed. Therefore, he says, all of you, everybody, men, women, even girls, and other people, other sections of the population, please support us so that we can effect this change. Your Honor, this goes to show that RUSESABAGINA was involved in these terrorist activities. And not only that, but he was also explaining that all other non-violent means were tried, and now, but they have failed, and now we have to use force. But if force means what? Force means that if you go to the ground or where the attacks are carried out, well, it just means terrorist activities. So he is accused of murder and kidnapping, arson and other crimes. So this video, I think, is a piece of evidence that shows very clearly how RUSESABAGINA was involved in these activities. A question: what you have the president? A question: you just said that RUSESABAGINA intended to get the government to negotiate, because that was the ultimate end. So one of the constitutive elements is this. It has to be explained clearly, because if his objective was negotiation. Thank you, Your Honor. If you listen to this video, you can hear very clearly that all other means have failed. Now only armed force needs to be tried. can't change anything. So this is the objective that they specifically stated. They want to to force the government onto the negotiation table through terrorism. So these are the two aspects. All other means have failed. Now the only remaining means of pressuring the government into negotiation is terrorism. Grenade launches, ban buses, kill innocent citizens, and damage their property and so on, in order to terrorize them, but terrorize the people as a means of forcing the government to negotiate. Yes, Your Honor, negotiation was the objective, but the means were terrorism.
Can I go on? Please. Thank you, Your Honor. What we've clarified here is confirmed by evidence that were collected by the Belgian police when they searched Paul Rusesabagina's phone. Evidence called Chart 123. It's about conversations Rusesabagina Paul had with Twagiramungu between 29th June and 13 October 2019 about MRCD-FLN operations, especially meetings that he attended as MRCD-FLN leader. One of the conversations dated 30th December 2018 when he says, "Good morning. My boys are under fire and I'm very busy. So I want to ask you, can that program be postponed on a day that we can agree on? Have a nice week." And on the same day, he wrote to Faustin Twagiramungu saying, I'm not really available. I'm running up and down trying to find ways to solve that problem, and especially protecting myself. Unfortunately, I'm not available. Your Honor, this chart shows that Rusesabagina was replying, talking about his boys, and those were FLN. So if you want to ask us how are you sure? Well, it's because on from question 10 to 12 in Rusesabagina's statement, and when he was interviewed by prosecution on 16 November 2020, he said this: "Those I called my boys are the FLN." And that's another piece of evidence that FLN is an army under MRCD-FLN, to the point where the president of MRCD-FLN calls them his boys. And in addition to MRCD-FLN being a terrorist organization, Rusesabagina played a role in different activities supporting that organization, that armed group. Your Honor, I was saying that the chart I mentioned means that his boys are the FLN, as he said. FLN affiliated to MRCD, and it establishes the relationship between him and that group, the relationship, to the extent where he calls them his boys. This is a terrorist organization in which Rusesabagina supported personally, as it was explained in his statement dated 31st August 2020 and on 11 September 2020, before the prosecution. He says he had been advocating for fundraising to support FLN. And he also admitted that when he was asked by the court, when they were talking about a provisional release before Kicukiro court. It's in a report on the 7th page of in the dossier. His statement, Rusesabagina's statement, when he admits he supported MRCD-FLN, is also complemented by the chart with his conversations. Chart 106, dated 8 May 2019. Conversation between Rusesabagina Paul, who was sitting with General Irategeka of CNRD Ubwiyunge. That was another president. He's co-president. All of them were presidents, and they were the ones giving instructions. In that conversation, Rusesabagina says, we are trying to send farmers in the farm. So you send the money where we don't know. Wilson was telling Rusesabagina, we are sending the farmers in the field, but you are sending the money somewhere else. You're trying to divide the farmers using your money. Then one would say, were they really farmers planting corn and beans? No. But in his statement, when he was interrogated by investigation on 5 September 2019, on question 6, he explained that those farmers he referred to were the fighters. The weapons were referred to as hoes, agriculture instruments, and the ammunition were called fruits, and the battleground was the field, the farming field. So he had the capacity to collect the money, send it to the battleground, to the fighters led by General Irategeka, so they can purchase their weapons to conduct those operations against civilians. Your Honor, that conversation between Irategeka and Rusesabagina Paul, and how Rusesabagina clarified that jargon they were using, clarifies that Rusesabagina Paul is a member of MRCD-FLN and his role in the operations to financially assist that organization, which is part of another crime, and also his role in sending other types of assistance. Your Honor, this act of being a member of a terrorist organization, we want to prove that Rusesabagina's role is clear as a member of a terrorist organization. If you look at how MRCD-FLN was founded and its operations, it's a terrorist organization. Your Honor, we want to add this. There's nothing that stops anybody who belongs to a terrorist organization to answer for their acts. That's why Rusesabagina, who had a role in creating those organizations and helped in the operations, need to answer for his acts. And having clarified the acts constituting the crime of being a member of a terrorist organization, we want now to clarify that it's not just the acts. We're talking about the will to commit those crimes. Your Honor, we want to show that if you look at the law about the fight against terrorism, the MRCD-FLN terrorist organization is truly a terrorist organization because of its purpose, its mission, and its activities. And this Rusesabagina played a role in it knowingly. He knew it was a terrorist organization. In the indictment, paragraph 136 to 152 in this indictment, we show that Rusesabagina is one of the members of MRCD-FLN terrorist organization, in which he played a role whose evidence we've shown here. Your Honor, since MRCD-FLN from its inception, its purpose, its mission, how it's structured, and Rusesabagina's role in it, it shows beyond the shadow of a doubt that Rusesabagina is a member of a terrorist organization, played a role in committing terrorist activities because of the assistance he provided, and he needs to answer for those acts. So if you allow, Your Honor, we've shown, we've talked about 2 charges, 2 out of 10, 2 charges against Rusesabagina. And if you allow, we'll continue on with number 3, which is related to what we've just finished, being a member of a terrorist organization, because the 3rd act is about providing assistance to terrorism. My colleague will continue if you allow. Yeah, go ahead. We have about 25 minutes before we take a break.
Murakoze nyakubahwa perezida, nyakubahwa camanza, nkuko mugenzi wanjye yaramaze kubivuga, tugiye gukomereza ku cyaha cya gatatu.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're going to talk about the crime of aiding terrorism. This is a crime that Rusesabagina is accused of by prosecution. This is a crime that in Article 124 of Article 69/2018 of 31st August 2018, preventing and fighting corruption and aiding terrorism. And this law provides for punishments for anybody involved in that crime of terrorism, as and it goes like this: anybody aiding terrorism commits a crime. When they are found guilty, they serve 7 to 10 years in prison and a fine from 3 to 5 times the amount they provided to that organization. Second paragraph talks about the sentences for that person connected to providing financial means to that organization, and that person knows that the support will be used in terrorism. 3, in prosecuting the crime of terrorism, it's not necessary that the accused was already found guilty of another crime, serious crime. Your Honor, this crime is provided for not only by Rwandan law, but also by international conventions, including the Convention about punishing those who aid terrorism, as agreed by the UN Security Council in 1999. And that convention was integrated in Rwandan law as approved by the Presidential Decree 43/01 of 14 April 2002. In its second part, it's about aiding terrorist activities. Your Honor, and before we talk about the acts in the crimes Rusesabagina Paul is accused of, including aiding terrorism, we want to go back to another law that defines what aiding terrorism means. It's Article 3, Paragraph 3 of our Law 75/2019 of 29 January 2020. And the law preventing and punishing money laundering, aiding terrorism, and aiding weapons of mass destruction. This law defines what aiding terrorism is. And the lawmaker said it in these words: aiding terrorism, indirectly or directly, by an individual or an association for a terrorist or a terrorist body, by collecting and advising or training with the purpose of acquiring wealth, which wealth could be used partly or in whole for terrorism. We will not go into the rest of the articles. We want to tell the court more about the crime of aiding terrorism and how the prosecution finds the acts related to aiding terrorism as Paul Rusesabagina is accused, and we will give evidence of that. Your Honor, these acts are in 3 parts. 1, first category of the acts constituting the crime of aiding terrorism, as Rusesabagina Paul is accused, include providing assistance to his MRCD-FLN terrorist organization, and the acts he committed personally as an individual, Paul Rusesabagina, as he provided money and equipment that was used in terrorist activities. The second category includes the activities in which he was involved, including fundraising activities, urging different people to support terrorist activities by MRCD-FLN. Third category is activities that were carried out through his Pedere Homore party. Pedere Homore, which was one among many in the umbrella in which MRCD-FLN was a member. MRCD-FLN umbrella. So these are acts committed by Rusesabagina Paul and constitute the crime of aiding terrorism. All this that we've shown the court, we reiterate investigation in Rwanda and in other countries, as we will show the court. Different types of evidence came up proving that Rusesabagina participated in aiding terrorism. And that evidence includes statements by Rusesabagina himself or other people, different people, and include different documents about this terrorist organization, MRCD-FLN's activities, and how they were able to get different types of funding, which also shows Rusesabagina's role. It also includes evidence by Belgian investigation who revealed different mechanisms to collect and send the money that assisted in terrorist activities by this MRCD-FLN terrorist group. Your Honor, honorable judges, based on Rusesabagina's statements, personally, when he was interviewed by investigation on 31st August 2020, Rusesabagina Paul was asked about the assistance to FLN as an MRCD's armed wing. He said that personally he provided them with 20,000 euro and explained that he played a role in organizing fundraising to collect more money to support that army's activities. In his own words, in his statement on that date, he said, "On my side, I gave 20,000 euros. In addition to different fundraisings we organized and people provided funding to FLN. The money we used overall, we gave, the amount is known by the treasurers, including Munyemana Eric, Emilien, and another one, whose name I don't remember. We had sent about $300,000 overall, but I can't know the exact figure because the money going to FLN did not go through our financiers or the presidency. I was one of the major donors, but the money, the bulk of the money came from Australia, and the person in charge of coordination was Jean-Baptiste alias Kalini Jabo, aka Kalini Jabo, of CNRD Ugiyungi. Other money was contributed by different individuals around the world. Once we collected the money, we would tell Munyemana Eric, the treasurer, to go get the money. And he only knows how he would transfer the money, how he transferred the money. Your Honor, in this statement by Rusesabagina himself, he admits aiding FLN in its terrorist activities. In a direct way, he could give an accurate amount of the money he sent. He also talks about an indirect responsibility where he organized fundraising and the money would be sent to MRCD treasurer Munyemana Eric, who would then send the money to be used in those activities. It's not the first time or the only time he's explained and admitted to this. When he was interviewed by prosecution on 11 September 2020, if you look at that statement on question number 2, he reiterated that money, that amount, and the different fundraising events he organized, and Munyemana Eric's role in transferring the money because he was MRCD treasurer. In addition to this, and when he was before the court discussing provisional imprisonment or release in Kicukiro on 14 September 2020, again he explained to the court what happened with the money he gave and his role in organizing fundraising events to support terrorist activities by his MRCD FLN organization. And this is in a statement on 14 September 2020 on page 7. Your Honor, when Rusesabagina was interrogated by the investigation on 5th September 2020, on different questions he was asked by the investigator. On question 2, 3, 15, he once again explained his role as a donor to his terrorist organization. On the second question in that statement, he says about other people who helped me in assisting the organization are the ones who collaborated with me in the leadership of MRCD FLN, because each one of us contributed a monthly amount. There were other donors, but those may be known by the then treasurer of MRCD FLN. I really don't know all the names because each political party would organize fundraisings separately, and the money would go to MRCD treasurer, namely Eric Munyemana. The third question, when they asked him who helped him collect those contributions, that assistance, he said, I really don't know all the names. Every political party conducted fundraising events separately, and the money would be sent to the MRCD treasurer, Eric Munyemana. I can only know the presidents of the parties because they contributed. That means myself, Rusesabagina Paul, Wilson Irategeka, and Semana Calixte, a.k.a. Sankara. But these are not the ones who kept the money in a party that has the treasurer. Your Honor, if you listen to those two answers, in his own words, Rusesabagina Paul admits to having contributed when he talks about his 20,000 euros that he donated, and he admits that he would give more contribution as the president of PEDER party and as one of the presidents of MRCD, where he was president and had 2 vice presidents, and says that those two, even though he doesn't know all the names of those who contributed the money, but he knows Those three would contribute. He also says that there used to be a contribution by political parties, but he says he can't know the right amount because the money was not kept by presidents of political parties because they had a treasurer. Each political party's treasurer would collect the money and send it to Eric Munyemana, who was coordinating all the contributions. So all this is evidence that proves what we've said earlier when we talked about the acts constituting the crime of aiding terrorism, which is why the prosecution is accusing Rusesabagina for his role in providing assistance in 3 ways. So all this evidence that we've laid out based on his own statements prove his assistance and his role as one of the people who aided that organization. And in that statement on question 15, he once again spoke about the assistance to MRSD FLN terrorist organization. And in that segment, he explained how the whole operation was carried out, how the money was collected and how it was sent to be used in terrorist activities. He says when there was demand for money and other resources from the Congo, from General Irategeka Wilson, each political party within the MRCD FLN umbrella, through its treasurer, each party would bring its contribution and it would get to the general treasurer, the Eric Munyemana, who would send it to the right place with no other consultation. Your Honor, let's reiterate this. General Wilson Irategeka, as it's been said earlier today, was one of the vice presidents in Rusesabagina's MRCD FLN. And particularly, he was president of CNRD Ubwiyunge. And when we explained the context, we established how CNRD was stemmed from FDLR and was General Wilson was the supreme leader of MRCD FLN armed wing and was head of the terrorist activities against Rwanda. So he's the one who said that whenever General Irategeka sent a request, each political party would give its contribution through the head treasurer, Munyemana Eric, and then the money would be sent to Congo. Even though he says the money was sent without any other sort of consultation, we will prove to the court that collecting this money and the use of the money was not something that was done without the College of Presidents, with the Rusesabagina and his colleagues, without them knowing. We will prove that this was done through coordination and with direct supervision from the presidency. We wanted to show the court that he explained this personally, how there was whenever there was demand from the Congo, from the FLN, their armed group, their terrorist wing. He says whenever there was request, they would consult and send the money through their general treasurer. Your Honor, as we had said, these statements, well, if you want to talk about what other people said, let's take a break because it's time for a break. We've heard what Rusesabagina said, so before we talk about what other people said, let's take a break and you'll continue later. So we suspend the proceedings here. We'll resume at 1 p.m.
abavoka hari abataragera hano.
I don't know if all the legal personnel are here.
Urukiko rurinjiye.
The court please sit. The hearing shall now resume. Prosecution, you may resume and continue from where you left off before the break. I thank you, Your Honor, and we had shown the court various statements by RUSESABAGINA and the various security agencies, and he has himself shown that he had contributed personally or through others, through fundraising, contributed to financing terrorist activity. He is also say that his own political party, PDR Humure, was also part of a group of parties that were part of MRCD. By other signs and proof and evidence that are already in his dossier, either by statements from himself, from his workers in co-workers in various activities, from his collaborators in those structures. So we have already referred to all these pieces of evidence, and we know that a lot of people contributed to this dossier as well, including Artemon, who was Niyitegeka, who was treasurer of one of the political parties that were part of this larger group. And he also, in his statement of February 2020, I think 26 February 2020, he himself listed the persons and the countries that supported him. And when asked that question, he said, well, people used to come to send money through a rig if they are CND friends, but otherwise, Twagiramungu Foster, Sankara, and others who had their own parties, they contributed through their treasurer, who then coordinated with others to deliver that money. As we said, Rusesabagina himself said that whenever there was a demand or request, rather, from Congo, from Irategeka, each political party, each part of the grouping would make their contribution, and then we give the money to Eric Munyemana because he will then coordinate to send money where it had to be or purchase what needed to be. So I think from Artemon's statement, who also say that Eric was a treasurer general, from the statement by Rusesabagina himself, from other members of the coalition also, Rusesabagina, Twangiramungu, Foster, Sankara were the three main figures that were mentioned. We have a clearer picture of the contributions, financial contributions. And he said also that the presidents, for example, in the co-presidency structure, the presidents also gave money, their own contribution, and Nyunzima Artemon also says that the political parties' treasurers centralize the collection, and then along with the finance commissioner, they will send the money where it is supposed to go. And this is in accord and full agreement with what Rusesabagina himself said. Your Honor, there was another person who testified as regards the financial aspect. Sabimana Calixte Sankara, alias Sankara. He too said that Rusesabagina supported MRCD FLN financially. There was a statement of the prosecution, or rather the investigation committee in 2018, and one of the statements says or reads that Rusesabagina Paul instructed MRCD Treasurer Eric Munyemana to send $10,000 to a businessman called Issa in Bujumbura, the younger brother to Lieutenant General Ibrahim Hamada, and the money should go to General Stephen, who was a senior officer and who should then make sure that the purchases are effected. So this is how Rusesabagina had contacts with these senior officers in Burundi. Sankara has also confirmed, or testified rather, how FLN was a branch of MRCD, and that Rusesabagina gave $6,000 to Lieutenant General Wilson Niyitegeka, and these $6,000 were used to send 30 young recruits under the leadership of Nsabimana Calixte, who were coming from Uganda from a different party, and were going to the headquarters, or anyway, to the location of that armed group in DRC. And Calixte also, on 20th May 2019, he answered question number 14, as it appears in his statement, by giving details, very important details on the amounts of money Rusesabagina sent, for what purpose. And all this shows, Your Honor, that Mr. Rusesabagina supported terrorist groups in various ways. And when we come to the chapter of whether he did it of his own free will, we shall demonstrate that he did indeed because this money was given for purposes of facilitating terrorist acts. And he knew that was the case. Your Honor, Mr. President, Your Honor, it is not just Calixte and Rusesabagina who showed willingness and determination, in fact, to commit acts of terrorism. Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien himself also confirmed that. He's one of the accused, Your Honor, and he's the son of General Wilson Itegeka, as we saw about in the previous minutes of our statement. Because he was a president of CNRD Ubwiyunge, which is Vagina's party. He is the president of it, and all those who testified confirmed this, including also those who supported the party. In fact, son of Yategeka Wilson, he said, I know him very well because he used to speak to my father, and but I hadn't met him in Congo, but they used to show us photographs. And then he again testified in September. You find that statement on page 326. In his file. This is the interrogation file. He said that, when asked about the contribution of Rusesabagina to financing these terrorist organizations, this young man said that there were times when his father, Wilson Itegeka, he said that he will speak to my father, and then my father will send me to collect the money from the point where he had, Rusesabagina had sent it. This proves, Your Honor, that the activities of MRCD-FLN were financed, or received financial support from Rusesabagina and others, of course. But this is clear. Also, there is another source of information, the Belgian sources, Belgian investigators proved also that this man was also involved in receiving the money or collecting it from where it was sent. All these testimonies converge to show, in fact, prove that Rusesabagina financially supported these organizations directly and also indirectly through mobilization of others. Now, there is another witness also who he's not among the accused. He had nothing to do with these organizations, but he was used by Munyemana Eric as regards the transfer of these funds. Your Honor, we explained the context when we were setting the context previously. When we were explaining terrorist organizations, we showed, we presented a number of pieces of evidence to show that from the beginning, PDR Humure was founded with the objective of working with the FDL, and these other terrorist organizations. We presented a number of messages, including electronic mail, where the leader of PDR and FDR worked together. They were, in fact, instructions were given so that some order must be put in the manner in which this money is received or collected at collection points, so that we don't send anybody to collect the money. We have to work it out properly. Somebody has to say that this is money for charity works and other lawful activities, so it has to be organized. Now, among all these, there is this person called Baroka. He used to collect money and send money from between Belgium and Congo. We shall show the court how whether those sending and those receiving the money, they used to be rotated. Baroka Christian is a Congolese living in Belgium. This Baroka is one of those that Munyemana used to send the money. He sent the money through him. He sent the money as treasurer of MRCD FLN. He would send the money to Wilson Yategeka for terrorist activities. The investigation of the Belgian police showed that Christian Baroka, who made a statement in January 2020, when it was shown that Western Union, MoneyGram, and other means of money transfer, his name is found frequently in the records. And then he was asked about that money. What sort of money was it? Where did you send it, and why? For what purpose? The statement reads that this man explained that the money was sent at the request of Munyemana. Munyemana Eric, I worked with him directly in the same team, he said. He asked me to do Western Union. One day he said he had forgotten his ID, but it was usually about 2 million euro, not more. But through Western Union to Madagascar, it was still the same person. DRC, always the same person in the east. For Rwanda, I don't remember. And so Munyemana Eric, what he's saying is that he used to work with Munyemana in the same party, and that he was asked to work with the Western Union because Munyemana would say that he doesn't have his ID with him, but he says that we never sent more than 2,000 euro. But for Madagascar, there was one person that I used to send to. It was always the same name. In DRC, also one person. In Eastern Congo. And in Rwanda, I don't remember at all. I don't know. I have no memory about anything to do with Rwanda, he said. Okay, so RUSESABAGINA and Sankara were working together. One was president, the other one was vice president. And they have also shown how the money was contributed, either individually or through their parties, 3 parties involved. In any case, the money will reach Emmanuel Eric, who was the general treasurer, and Emmanuel would then take it upon himself to send it to Congo for various purposes. However, Munyemana Eric did not always use his name, and Western Union and other money money transfer organization. There was Ria Transfer, MoneyGram, and other money transfer. There are cases where Munyemana Eric is shown as sending or receiving money in his name, but there are many cases where he uses other people, other names, either to send or receive the money. Usually, before the money was sent, sent on or transferred on to Congo. Therefore, Munyemana, his name appears frequently, and Munyemana says that he's very frequently received money from RUSESABAGINA, and even RUSESABAGINA himself has confirmed that he has sent money to Munyemana very frequently indeed. Baroka's testimony, Your Honor, also contains another piece of information. First, RUSESABAGINA himself explained where the money came from and how it reached Munyemana Eric, who coordinated the sending of the money to DRC for the actual terrorist activities. That's one thing. But there is in his file something else also that shows that a lot of people were used for the transfer of these monies, either receiving or sending. RUSESABAGINA and his colleagues have done a lot of sending using different people. There was a transfer, a slip from RIA money transfer, 16 July 2018. This is another money transfer company, RIA. Now, these are some of the documents that were found in RUSESABAGINA's home when it was searched on the 21st November 2019. We see here on these papers, Mukangamije Tatiana, this is RUSESABAGINA's wife. Tatiana sent money to somebody in the Comoros, 1,000. It was Mulinde Msubut Sogil and of the Comoros. The transfer slip, RUSESABAGINA was asked about it on the 5th of September 2020 during his questioning. And his answer is under question 9 concerning the €1,000 sent under the name of his wife to a man in the Comoros. RUSESABAGINA explained that the person you mentioned, I don't know him personally, but I know that my wife sent €1,000 to Sankara through this other person who then forwarded it to Sankara. Why? Because he said, RUSESABAGINA said, Sankara was very familiar with my wife because his mother, although older than my wife, are relatives and were very close, although despite the age difference. So this is it then. The wife of RUSESABAGINA, Mukangamije Tatiana, sent money to Sankara through the person in the Comoros. RUSESABAGINA recognizes that. Mulinde Msubut Sogil received money from my wife, he said. I don't know the man personally, but I know my wife was sending €1,000 to Sankara through this other man. How did it, what happened? How come? So Rusesabagina explained that his wife and Sankara's mother were close, and so that Sankara felt very close to my wife as well, and felt free to ask for this money to be sent. Nsabimana Calixte, alias Sankara, was asked about this money. When they were questioned about this money in June 2020, when they were asked about this, the money sent by Mukangamija Tatiana, Rusesabagina's wife, Sankara said, when I was a spokesperson and I started speaking on various media, radio, and so on, well, there was it caused a lot of noise. People would call me all over the place, and everybody said, well, the Inyenzi are going to kill you. You had better go underground. Somebody in South Africa called me and said, oh, are you in the Comoros? Because people in Europe said you are in the Comoros. Better hide. So I was afraid, and I needed to buy a ticket from the Comoros to Tanzania, and then South Africa. And I asked somebody in Dar es Salaam whether it's okay to pass through Dar es Salaam. And he said, no, that is not safe for you. So I went to the agency to change my itinerary. The agency said, well, we can't refund you because the processes take 2 weeks to refund you. And by that time, I was down to 500 euro in my pocket, and I couldn't wait any longer in the Comoros. So I asked Rusesabagina, I rang him, and I found that he was just as worried for my security. And I said, well, why don't you say, but please send me money? And he sent me 1,000 euro using his wife's names, Mukangamija Tatiana. Sankara went on to explain that under question 3, he explained that the money that Tatiana sent me is $1,000 euros that I had asked Rusesabagina to send, and he sent it through his wife. It was just to buy a ticket, and this is the only case where Mukangamija Tatiana sent me money. I had never in my whole life requested her for any other material support. So, Your Honor, this is clear. Rusesabagina himself recognized what money he sent directly, either from fundraising or from other activities through which he obtained money, and how he sent this money, and in what manner it was sent. We also saw that the range of names of people used either to collect or receive, or to collect or send the money, they were different, various names, but always coming from his own funds, or the funds of the institution that he ran. For example, the one sent by Tatiana, his wife, to Nsabimana Calixte, alias Sankara, but again through another person, a Comorian, or a person in the Comoros at any rate. This, as he says himself, his wife was sending the money to Sankara. It is possible that she was sending the money to support him in a tight spot as a relative. It's possible. But if it were the case, Sankara wouldn't have explained the matter that way, the way he did. It is clear that this is funding for terrorist activities, and under the name of an aunt, a quasi-auntie, supporting a younger man in trouble. But Sankara says no. This money, it is RUSESABAGINA who sent it through his wife, and I myself didn't receive it directly. I used somebody else for the money to get to me. In any case, this shows that RUSESABAGINA has continued to support financially these terrorist activities through various people. Just a moment. These $1,000, what is the relationship with funding terrorism? Because if Sankara was trying to get the money to buy a ticket and go to a safer place, how is it connected with terrorism? Or how do you connect this with funding terrorism? Thank you, Your Honor. Ntobimana Calix alias Sankara is not a person who did any business with RUSESABAGINA other than the activities of MRCD FLN terrorist activities. He was a second vice president in MRCD FLN. He was a spokesman for FLN. There were no other activities other than these that they had together. In the statement that I have just mentioned, he explained, Sankara explained why he asked for money. It's clearly that it's not a personal issue. It is something that is related to his activities within this terrorist organization. He began this way in his statement. When I became the spokesman for FLN, and I started talking various media. People became very hot. Everybody was ringing me and saying the Nyezi are going to assess to kill you, hide. And I asked RUSESABAGINA, and when I asked him, I found he also was very worried about my security, and so it's the same everywhere. What we mean, Your Honor, is that this is not somebody who called RUSESABAGINA and says, oh, I can't pay my rent, or my children are out of school because I can't pay the fees. No. He called him for the usual activity, which is supporting terrorism. And therefore this money, which was requested in that way, for that reason, as a spokesman, FLN postman who has run away because of what he did on behalf of FLN, therefore that money is still for terrorist purposes, as we saw in we said in Article 3, Paragraph 3. This is how it connects with terrorism.
Twari tugiye kujya ku kindi kimenyetso ariko gihuza n'icyo n'ubundi twari twamaze kuvuga hejuru.
There's another evidence about Baruka Christian, whom we showed the court was one of the couriers who would transfer the money from the General Treasurer, Munyemana Eric. In the dossier that the prosecution submitted to the court, there's a document from Belgium with all the evidence compiled by Belgian investigation. On document 17, there's a report by an investigator, Carl Jean-Yves, with 14,000 euros, 977.44 and this amount in euros was sent by Baruka Christian. It was sent in about 32 wire transfers. He never sent the money on one day. Like he said, each time Munyemana Eric said he forgot some of the identification, he would always ask him to send the money. Your Honor, when we reach the table that compiles information by different investigations about investigating the wire transfers, will show the court that of these 32 wire transfers via Baroka Christian, through Western Union, MoneyGram, and other systems, the bulk of the money went to Congo. And this corroborates what Rusesabagina said, that whenever there was demand from Congo by Irategeka, the political parties would immediately send the money to Munyemana, who in return would send it where it was to be used. We also find that this document about these transfers confirms Baroka Christian's testimony, where he says that Munyemana gave him money, and he says it never exceeded $2,000. He said that in Madagascar he always sent the money to the same individual. In the Congo there was an individual in Eastern DRC. He said he didn't know who they sent the money to. In Rwanda, didn't remember. But the Belgian investigation gives all the names of those couriers. Another element, which is the basis of our analysis, is that most of the money did not come in the name of Rusesabagina or Munyemana. But we want to tell the court that this College of President was led by Rusesabagina, and they received reports on the use of that money. And this is confirmed by different elements, including what Semana Calixte, aka Sankara, says himself. He was among that College of Presidents. On 27th July 2019, 27th May 2019, he was interviewed by the prosecution. He told the prosecution that on a monthly basis, Munyemana Eric, the treasurer of MRCD, would give the College of Presidents the report on the use of money. The College of Presidents was constituted of Rusesabagina's president, General Irategeka Wilson, first vice president. Second vice president was Semana Calixte, aka Sankara, who confirms that the reports were written on a monthly basis, which means that the College of Presidents knew how much money had been received as donations to be sent to FLN and how it was used. We want this to be understood in relation to another element, evidence in the dossier about MRCD structure, where you see that this position by Munyemana Eric occupied was immediately under the presidency. There was no other intermediary. Your Honor, please allow us to return to that document. It's a document which is in the dossier too. The dossier from Belgium with the title Organizational Chart. And I would love to have projected this, but you have this in the dossier. All the parties have the chart. On top, you have the presidency, with Rusesabagina as the president. He had two vice presidents. That's Irategeka and Sankara. Under the presidency, immediately under the presidency, you have the General Treasury. Under that, you have the Secretary General, the commissions, regional representations, and then you have regional committees, a regional representative, then you have regional representative, and then other functions. And under regional representation, you have the local representation per country, all the way down to the cells. Your Honor, this document matches what Nsabimana Calixte said when he said about the money that was collected from different people, different places, different political parties within MRCD. All was part of a report that was submitted to the presidency, including reports on operations. If you look at this organizational chart by MRCD, that's exactly what he said. The General Treasury is immediately under the presidency. There's no other instance in between. And under the General Treasury, there's nothing, which means within this MRCD organizational chart, the General Treasury was immediately in collaboration in coordination with the presidency. And this was saying this to reiterate what Nsabimana Calixte said about the reports they got as the top management in the presidency about the money donated and its use. So this contradicts what RUSESABAGINA said on different occasions when he tried to say that they didn't know anything about the money. He pretended it was the General Treasury's business. But like we've explained, that was false. They knew the money received and how it was used by FLN within their terrorist activities. So they got regular reports. We want to tell the court that this General Treasury was operating under the presidency's instructions, direct instructions. The presidents, the College of Presidents knew how the money was found, how it was transferred to the Congo, and how it was used. Another point is about the money sent by Baruka Christian. We told the court that we would clarify it. He says that I was used to send it to so and so. He said, I don't remember the name of the other one in another country. But those documents that retrieved from money transfer companies show details, dates, when the money was sent, the senders, the location, the recipients, and the amount that were sent. One of the tables we've included in the dossier from paragraph 180, it shows the 14 euros 979 and 44 cents sent by Baraka Christian under Munyemana Eric's request. This money was seen on Western Union documents, and these are wire transfers, 32 wire transfers in different periods. The money was sent different places, as we can see on number 17 from on the Belgian, on the document from Belgian investigation. That account on the document we got from the Belgian investigation. If you look at those documents, you realize that there was a person in Madagascar. He said, I sent to one person in Madagascar. This person received money in euros from Baraka Christian, who was in Belgium. We'll give you an example. On 12 September 2018, he sent 2,390 euros. He sent it from Belgium. The recipient has a very complicated name. He's called Andreas Imiviavotsoa José Philippe. He received the money in Madagascar on 18th October 2018. Baroka Christian sent 435 euros on 2nd November 2018. Sent 890 euros, and on 1st December 2018 he sent him 795 euros, and on 2nd February 2019 he sent him 875 euros, and on many other different times. Just a few examples that confirm what Baroka said in his statement, saying that Munyemana Eric used him many times, asking him to having him send money to different locations, and where he said he always sent the money to one individual in Madagascar. So these are the documents from the Belgian investigation reports compiled from different money transfer companies. And one could ask the prosecution the following question: how come we never heard this Madagascar individual for the first time? How do you connect these amounts in euros to the next? That's exactly the question we were going to ask. How is that connected to Rusesabagina? That 14,979 euros, how is it connected to Rusesabagina? It was sent by this Christian to Madagascar. So, thank you, Your Honor. Here is how we connect Baroka Christian and this Andrea Tsimia Votswava José Philippe. But we've explained that Baroka Christian is one of Munyemana Eric's couriers. He was sending the money as the general treasurer for MRCD. That we've clarified already. And this individual receiving the money in Madagascar, he is connected to Saimana Calixte, aka Sankara, who is connected himself to Rusesabagina as co-presidents and FLN spokesman. In his statement in 17 May 2019, interviewed by the prosecution, Saimana Calixte explained that he spent some time in Madagascar and that he used to receive money as FLN spokesman, some pocket money in his capacity as FLN spokesman, and more money that he used in different FLN operations. That's when he told the prosecution that to get the money, he used to use a certain guy called Filippo, who would receive the money from wire transfer companies, including Western Union or MoneyGram. Your Honor, this is one person. This Filippo, referred to by Sankara as an intermediary who would receive all the money in the Madagascar, is the same Filippo we see in this table on these documents from different wire transfer documents as compiled by the Belgian police. It's the same individual. And here is how he's connected to Rusesabagina. Back to your question. That's exactly how they are connected. It's part of a long chain, a large network. You got MRCD, FLN, led by Paul Rusesabagina and the two vice presidents. They are the ones who gave instructions about the money received, how it's sent, how it's used, because they get a report by the General Treasurer, Munyemana Eric. On top of the College of Presidents, you also have Munyemana Eric, who collects all the money as General Treasurer and who sends it to different operations on the ground, either through Sankara as FLN spokesman, either through General Irategeka as the commander, supreme commander of FLN and president of CNRD Ugiyunge. And this Eric Munyemana, who sends the money, does not always send the money using his own name, but he uses other individuals. And as he does so, those who receive the money use other people, other individuals to receive the money. Now, this individual in Madagascar, Filippo, as Nsaimana Calixte refers to him, is the one we see on these tables who used to receive money. Munyemana Eric sends money through Baroka Christian, but Baroka Christian does not send the money directly to Calixte Nsaimana, but he sends the money through Philippe. And when Philippe receives the money, he hands it to Nsaimana Calixte, aka Sankara, the FLN spokesman. And this is how we loop the loop. This is how they are connected to Rusesabagina, who aids terrorism. I understand what you're explaining, but of all these amounts about Baroka, Philippe, and this more than 14,000 euros, did Rusesabagina send any money personally? Thank you, Your Honor. As we see in these tables and in these documents from those money transfer companies, there's nowhere we see Rusesabagina sending the money. He's not. Nowhere do we see the name Rusesabagina. But as we've explained, we've established his role as a person who was in the College of Presidents and the role of the college and its relation to the General Treasurer. You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. This José Philippe that we've been talking about, that we see in these documents from those money transfer companies, especially this table where we see money sent through Western Union at different times. This is not an individual who was just a courier. As we see in a statement in Nsaimana Calixte, aka Sankara's statements that corroborate the findings from the Belgian investigation team, this individual was also used to receive a package that was brought in by DHL containing a telephone that was being sent to Nsaimana Calixte, aka Sankara, when he was in Madagascar. This was sent on 11th September 2018. When Semana Calixte was interviewed by the prosecution on 17th May 2020, he explained more about this telephone that was sent through José Philippe, and he said that usually those telephones that there were 5 of those phones. Those were black phones, he said, and he explained that that particular phone that got to him, reached him in Madagascar through José Philippe, who was the person who received the money from Baroka. He said that telephone was sent by Munyemana Eric. The phones had been purchased in the UK by a certain Olivier, no other name was given, but that the money to purchase the phones had been given by Paul RUSESABAGINA. Your Honor, as we explain what the law says defining what it means to aid terrorism, there are different ways, including equipment that are used in terrorist activities. That includes these telephones, as explained by Sankara in his statement of 17 May 2020. Those were telephones that were to be using as for communication within the leadership in a secured manner. So that's part of the equipment that is used while committing terrorist acts. And this, again, proves Rusesabagina's role in aiding terrorism. Because as he says, even though the phones were sent by Munyemana Eric, even though the phones were purchased in the UK by Olivier, but the money to purchase them had been given by Rusesabagina Paul. And this is a fact. When he was interviewed on 31st August 2020, Rusesabagina was asked about these telephones. And he explained that the telephones were purchased. He did not deny the fact. And he said the persons they had been given to, including Semana Calixte, who received that one through José Philippe. He also said that he also explained what they were going to use those telephones for. He said it was the type of phone that was going to ensure they have secure communication. And as per him giving the money to purchase the telephones, this is confirmed by the receipt that was discovered in Rusesabagina's home when the Belgian police searched his home on 21st October 2019. The receipt for those phones that was found in his home, it was found in his home. It means that it's another proof, evidence that Rusesabagina was involved in these activities to aid terrorism. He gave the money personally to purchase these phones to be used committing those terrorist acts. Your Honor, we're still talking about this Baroka Christian. We told the court that he was used in about 32 wire transfers. If you look at these tables, some were compiled based on the institution that sent the money. You got Western Union table, MoneyGram table, and other tables, depending on who sent or received the money, and it was compiled based on that. That's why you have those different tables in the indictment. It's based on those criteria. That's it. And we've mentioned the money sent through Western Union. We've showed the amount of money sent through the Madagascar person. And now we have another table that shows another 14,779 euros. It's the same sender, Baroka Christian, but the money is not only going to Madagascar, it shows different countries the money went to and different recipients. If you look at this table, on page 64 of our indictment, under paragraph 183, it's a table that shows Baroka Christian who sent money from Belgium, but sending it to different countries, including Madagascar. Like on this 20th August 2019, he sent 1,820 euros to a certain Aina Viviane Syriam, who was in Madagascar. And on 27th March 2018, he had sent 92 euros and 87 cents to a certain Nizeimana Ali in South Africa. On 23rd May 2019, he sent 2,940 euros to Justin Kumbuka Bikuba in Bukavu. Down to 17th January 2019, Baroka Christian from Belgium, he sent 2,499 to Sikugawa Jean de Dieu in Gitega, Burundi. And on 27th March 2018, he sent 513 euros to Musi Uwimana Agnes in Rwanda. On 20th September 2018, he sent 363 euros to, he sent it from Belgium, to Nzarora Pascal, who was in Rwanda. Your Honor, what we want to prove using these different tables is the frequency at which this person was used to transfer this money. And what's in these tables matches the statement by the Belgian police, like we told the court already. When this person admits that he was used at different times upon Munyemana Eric's requests, with whom he was collaborating. Sometimes he would remember where he sent the money, the individuals who received the money, and he's saying he did not remember the people who received the money or the amount he sent. But these tables are from those documents that the Belgian police got from the money transfer companies, and has all the details that Baroka may have forgotten. Another point is this, and as we see on these tables, the tables we've talked about and those we will mention, it all comes back to the question the court asks: how is this Joseph Philippe in Madagascar linked to RUSESABAGINA? Since we're talking about a crime that the prosecution says RUSESABAGINA committed, as he aided terrorism. Look, if you see this frequency of these money transfers, the people who received it, and the countries the money went to, and the amounts, where you see one country getting more than 20,000, 30,000 euros, and another one you see not even 1,000 euros to one person. it helps the prosecution connect those people, those countries with Rusesabagina. Your Honor, if you look at the evidence from Belgium, where the police investigated, carried out an investigation at Western Union that sent the money, in addition to what we showed from MoneyGram, Western Union, there was about 21 wire transfers by Baroka Christian, sending the money. At one time, he would be sending less than 130 euros. And these amounts are not on this table, but the CD with all investigation findings, you see all the details, every wire transfer. The transfers went to different places. In the Congo, for instance, out of those 21 transfers, they got 13 transfers. 4 went to Rwanda out of those 21. South Africa, 1 transfer, and 3 more that was never mentioned in that document. And this is what we were saying when we saying that frequency, the money sending or receiving the money and the countries the money went to, it means something. This is not just detail. If out of 21 wire transfers, 13 went to Congo, this is not just a coincidence. What explains this is that it's in the Congo you had the FLN base. That's where the demand came from, as Rusesabagina said in one of his statements, as we told the court. And he said when there was a demand or request from Congo, from Irategeka, the political parties would contribute. And then we would send the money to Munyemana Eric, who would then send it where it needs to go. So this is the explanation for these transfers that ended up in the Congo. It's not because Baroka Christian is originally from the Congo. No, it's because the FLN had its base in the Congo. That's where they were planning from. That's where they were planning their terrorist attacks from. On this dossier from Belgium, you see we've mentioned 14,799. There's another account with $29,016, and this was in 33 wire transfers. And this was Munyemana Eric who sent it personally. We've been talking about what Baroka Christian, what he said that he did, but this is the money sent by Munyemana Eric in his own name. And we see another $7,892 sent in 21 wire transfers by Uwiragiye Odette, and this is Eric Munyemana's wife, as we will show with using a statement collected by the Belgian police. And these 21 wire transfers by Uwiragiye Odette were done through Western Union. Your Honor, all this money was sent to the Congo, as we've explained. And this was a support to terrorist acts by MRCD FLN. The money that was sent at FLN base in the Congo. And this was done by MRCD, led by Rusesabagina Paul, as we've told the court. we've explained how the College of Presidents was in direct contact with the General Treasurer, and it's that College of Presidents that got the report on the use of the money, as explained by Semana Calixte, aka Sankara. Your Honor, we want to talk about to explain another table. We keep coming back to different tables because they were done based on different variables. But what they have in common is that they prove how different people assisted, aided terrorism by MRD FLN. From the top leadership of that organization, channeling the money to the basis of their army, where the first Vice President, Lieutenant General Irategeka Wilson, was operating from as the commander of that force. Now, this table shows the amount of money that was sent by Baroka Christian and Munyemana Eric and Wiragie Odette. We've just said that Odette is Munyemana Eric's wife, and all this money was transferred through Western Union. And if you look at this money, all this money went to the Congo, except only up to 2 times or 3 times where the money was sent somewhere else other than the Congo. But the bulk of it, as we will show, giving exact figures, it went to the Congo. We will not read the whole table. This is a long table. But we will give a few examples. The money that was sent to Munyemana in his own names, or his wife, Wiragie Odette, or the money sent by Baroka Christian. One example is on 30th November 2018. Baroka Christian from Belgium sent $105 to a certain Nizeimana Ali in South Africa. We have mentioned this in a previous table. Another example, on 4th May 2019, Munyemana Eric in his own name sent Justin Kumbuka Bikuba $2,638 to this individual in Bukavu. We've mentioned him in another table above as one of the persons who got the money from Baroka Christian. He's also the same person who, on 20th May, this Munyemana Eric sent $1,589. On 26th May, through Jean de Dieu Bitafana Senga in Goma, DRC, he sent $523. He also sent the same individual in on 5th February, $2,152. And on 4th March 2019, he sent him, Munyemana Eric sent him $2,000, $2,117. Your Honor, let's go back to this. On 16 July 2018, Munyemana Eric sent $565 to that individual called Mulinde Sogir in the Comoros. This is the individual we saw when RUSESABAGINA's wife sent 1,000 euros through this same person to ultimately be sent to Zemana Calixte, aka Sankara. We're telling the court all this information to establish that it's these different individuals who were used, but to send the money to the individuals involved in MRCD FLN terrorist acts. This is a very long table. It includes a lot of people who received the money from Munyemana Eric. Those individuals were in the DRC and other money was sent in Canada on 21st January 2019. $2,010 were sent to Twagirumukiza Gregoire. And then you see DRC individuals. And Your Honor, when we explained about those who mentioned RUSESABAGINA's role in aiding terrorism by MRCD-FLN, we referred to what was said by Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien, son of Lieutenant General Irategeka Wilson, who said, I don't know him, said that, well, the only persons I know is Sankara RUSESABAGINA, who supported the activities. Said, I've never seen them. I just saw photos that my dad showed us. My dad would talk with RUSESABAGINA, and then he would send me to go and collect the money. On 27th April 2018, Munyemana Eric sent $1,248, and it was sent to Ndagijimana, was received by Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien. And this confirms his statements, as we've told the court, when he explained how Paul RUSESABAGINA aided terrorist activities by FLN through Lieutenant General Irategeka Wilson. This is a very long table, as we've said, and it involves different amounts of money. And if you look at another account, or before we move from this account, with the money that was sent last on number 29, you see another name that we had also mentioned. On 27th July 2018, when Wiragie Odette, and this is Munyemana Eric's wife, sent $1,000.13 to Madagascar. It was received by the same José Philippe, whom Sankara had mentioned in his statement, saying that when he was in Madagascar, each time he was sent the money, he had a guy called Filippo who would go and withdraw the money for him. And we've seen this person receiving money from Baraka Christian at different occasions. And in December 2018, it wasn't Baraka Christian sending the money, but this is Wiragie Odette, Munyemana Eric's wife. Your Honor, before we move to another account, we want to show you how this matches Wiragie Odette's statement with what was collected by Belgian investigators when he was interviewed by Belgian police. That's when he explained that he was Munyemana Eric's wife, and he clarified, gave more information about the money he used to receive, but he said he declined to answer many questions. But he had admitted to the investigator that her husband had given her money quite often, so she would send it. But she declined to give more information about the recipients of the money. This is a statement dated 18th October 2019. Like we said, it was done by the Federal Judiciary Police in Belgium. When Wiragi Odette was interviewed. And on page 5 of that statement, on page 5, it says this. Can you introduce yourself, please? She says, I'm Wiragi Odette, born in 1991 in Rutsiro, Rwanda. I'm in Belgium since December 2018. Came here from Benin. I'm a Rwandan. I'm Munyeman Eric's wife. Another question. On this question, that's when she said she was Eric's wife. Second question. Where else did you live since when you left Rwanda? She said, we left Rwanda in 2010. I went to Benin, and I left Benin coming to Belgium. We came here together with my mother and my child. I haven't been back to Rwanda. So let's keep a few paragraphs. And where we see her sending money to different people in the Congo, to that individual in Madagascar, to people in the Comoros, and they asked, do you have any savings? She said, I don't have any savings. I was a student in Benin. I just started working. The question goes, have you ever lived in DRC, Madagascar, Comoros? To which she said, no. Have you ever used any money transfer companies over the last 2 years? She said, yes. They asked, can you explain? And she said, sometimes my husband asked me to transfer money to his friends and family. Would you please clarify? She said, my husband goes to work very early. He leaves the money and the notes and the details of the people I need to send it. So I go to the post office close to where we live, and I present my ID card and I send the money. So what amounts have you transferred? She said, I don't remember. And she says, to whom did you send the money? She says, I don't want to answer that question. Can you say the amounts you sent? She said, I don't remember. Do you still have the ID card you used sending the money? She said, sometimes I've used my Rwandan passport. But when have you started transferring the money? She said, I don't remember. And when did you send the last? I don't remember. Have you transferred money from other than your post office? No. What are the reasons for your husband to send the money? She said he didn't explain. So what did you think? I didn't think anything. I just need to do what my husband asked of me. Do you know your husband's political activities? She said, I don't want to answer that question. And more and more.
So this is the statement of the Federal Judiciary Police of Belgium, the interrogation of this witness, the wife of Munyemana Eric, who admitted in her statement that her husband uses her very frequently to send money.
yoherezwaga, impamvu zayo,
And when asked about the amount, she never disclosed the amount. And
muri ziriya nyandiko zavuye muri biriya
and when her name was found in money transfer companies, in many cases, and the money was sent to various countries, she refused to answer. Uwiragiye Odette was simply one of the people on MRCD list or membership that were used for money transfers or to receive or send. She's just one of them. And as Western Union, MoneyGram, and other money transfer companies have shown, we obtained documents from them. She's one of them, but there are many more. Your Honor, Mr. President, the same document from the Belgian authorities shows that investigation into Western Union money transfer activities have shown that many of these people send money. Usually, we've been discussing how who are the people who send the money, who receive the money. As in the report, item 20, the Belgian report, item 20, 8,147 euros to Madagascar, 1,474 euros to the Comoros, 24,560 euros to Congo. The total is around 33,000 plus. Most of these 33,000, that is just under 25,000, went to Congo. And therefore, this is the money it was concluded that was sent to Congo to support terrorist activities. Because this is where FLN had headquarters, their main headquarters, and it was said also that when Irategeka sent a request for money, that these people did everything to manage to succeed in collecting enough money for this request. And as we saw Sankara's testimony, as it's shown on his statement, it shows that he lived in these two countries, and whether he was in one or the other, he always received money, and therefore this money was sent to him for terrorist activities, as already demonstrated previously. Now, Nsabimana, on 27 May 2019, in his questioning, he said that the Conseil des Présidents was led by RUSESABAGINA, that is the Council of Presidents who run these institutions jointly or collegially. So the members of this council, or the co-president and vice president, were aware, not only aware, but were conducting and directing the collection of money, its sending out, and reception for terrorist activities. Your Honor, we now move to an item still concerning money that was sent through Western Union, but as we said, as we've been saying, much of the money went to Congo, and we showed the various, all the details of how the money was sent from whom and through whom. Through which countries? Well, countries, of course, DRC, Madagascar, Comoros, and then Rwanda, Burundi, and also the people who sent or received money from or to these countries. We now deal, therefore, with the countries as such. DRC was the country that received the most, 2,560 plus euros. And this money was sent by 4 people, but it was received by 2 people. The first one is Justin Kumbuka Bikuba in Bukavu. This man received 8,828 euros from Munyemana, who sent about half, and Ingabire Marie Claire, who sent the remainder. She is also a member of MRCD, and in fact, the Belgian police investigation proved that. She sent 975 euros plus another 200 from and somebody else. So the total of it was sent to Kumbuka. The totality was sent to Kumbuka on that occasion. But there was another person, Jean de Dieu Bitafana Senga, who lives in Goma, DRC, and sent 8,147 euros to 2 people, from two people, from Baroka Christian Wiraje Odette, Comoros, one Mulinde Msuguti Sogi that we mentioned, and then there was Hamadan Hatim, received money from Munyemana Eric and his wife Wiraji Odette, and then Rwanda Baroka Christian, $513 and some cents. Then Eric also sent money, all received by Husui Nanyes, and she's the one who received this amount. Then Burundi, there was over $1,000 sent to Christian Mushimimana, and then his wife Wiraje also sent money to this person in Burundi. Okay. Now, this shows that various countries were involved in this money transfer circuit. Some received a lot, some countries, others received less. The largest amount went to Congo, the headquarters and the place where terrorist activities were organized from. Second, Madagascar. And Comoros also, that was a large amount. But this money that was sent to Comoros and Madagascar, in fact, it was sent to Sankara, Sabimana Calixtus, who happened to be in those countries at that period. So this is now clear. Your Honor, that what is clear is that there were a variety of people who received money at various points, and the money is sent from various persons or points. And we can say that, in fact, the interesting thing is that it is always the same name: Baroka Christian, Munyamanirik, Village Odette, Ingabire Marie Claire, the same names that come back, recur, the same people sending money to various people in various countries at various states, but always the same. What we want to show the court, Your Honor, is that supporting financial support to terrorism was carried out in 3 ways mainly: contributions from RUSESABAGINA directly, which he acknowledged as $20,000 and so on. Then as a collective, let's say as a group of co-leaders, co-president in the joint presidency. Then third level, the contributions from their parties, that is from the membership. What is common in all cases that the money went to the general treasurer, even whether through the party's treasurers or through the presidents or through other means that the money was sent through, always came to the Treasury General. Treasury General was the collection point, let's say. What we can add also, sir, Your Honor, is that this money, all of it, was sent to support terrorist activities in Rwanda, on the territory of Rwanda. So we can say that RUSESABAGINA is at the center. Whether he used the money to buy satellite telephones, or as a contribution, as a member and paying his membership, as somebody who was spending money to the organizations that he ran, every time, whether it is by a decision of the Council or the College of Presidents or at other levels and instances, it was always the same. He was the facilitator and the organizer of all this. In fact, even when money was sent from Europe, for example, there is on paragraph 22, part 22 of this dossier, we will find some money that was sent through MoneyGram using a different name, Minani Innocent. This Innocent Minani is not a new name, because the last witness who came before the court to explain how they worked with RUSESABAGINA to begin an armed group, this witness mentioned all this. He said that he was the person who met, or rather who introduced RUSESABAGINA to that particular witness. So then the money I want to refer to, Ingabire Marie Claire is involved. She received money from Mayotte, from Canada, I think 420 euro, over 400. Then Eric Munyemana, 5 transfers to the amount of 2,923 euros. then 1,094 euros and 61 cents that came in separately, and but always for the same course, so same causes. The transfers are shown. We can see, we now have the data, the institution or MoneyGram and other companies, who sent the money, what money, when, to whom. Usually to Munyemana Eric, who was treasurer, general treasurer, who will then dispatch the money to Uitejeka, because Uitejeka was a man on the ground to actually carry out the activities for which the money had been counted or collected. And as we've shown all this to the court, Your Honor, it is obvious, Your Honor, if you look at paragraph 191, there is a table that where all these transfers are captured and summarized. You can see Munyemana would receive all the money, then he will send it to the free field, people in the field, for an actual execution. What we want to point out is that the table above on that page, but the first table, concerns Belgium. In Belgium, it was shown that Bikuba Kumboka Justin was the one who received most of the money sent to Congo, to the tune of 10,994 and some cents. About 6,472 euro that we talked about earlier. This money, added to the other amounts, shows that Congo received the most amount by the largest number of people, because these 6,472 euros, Munyemana sent 21,700 and something. And so almost we can see that almost everywhere the money, whether sent personally or through parties and or through fundraising, the money ended up in his hands, Munyemana's hands, who then dispatched it according to needs. So the 26,472 euros, this is an interesting amount because it is quite high, and this money was sent directly in the name of Munyemana Eric. And in this general introduction, we can see that whether the criteria, although the criteria were sent, or were different rather, the money was always sent for the same purpose to the same group of people. This is confirmed by RUSESABAGINA's testimony himself. The hearing, the two hearings of 2020, where he explained how he raised funds, how he collected the contributions, and how he sent them onward to those who were going to use the money. So this shows clearly that RUSESABAGINA was involved in funding terrorist activities. And as we said earlier about the structure of MRCD and how they were properly structured as combatant groups, this shows that the structure as it was explained is exactly the same as Nsabimana explained as a man on the ground. And how it actually functioned is exactly the way it is described in its mission statement. And this is quite established. Now, the other issue is that when Belgium served a warrant on RUSESABAGINA's home and checked his computer, it was found that MRCD was well structured as far as its bodies and organs are concerned. The other thing that comes out from this computer document seized by the Belgians is that the structure, the hierarchy, was established by the College of Presidents. And this college also established structures. For example, there is a technical activity, media activity, but also finance, financial management, where the two branches, the administrative and the financial, are enjoined to work together. And it specifies that these financial information and other services are technical services attached to the institution, to the presidency. And RUSESABAGINA, of course, cannot say that the collection of funds or the way money was received, how it was sent, by whom, where. He cannot say that he doesn't know. Yes, well, I think you should prove that he knew. It is, the judge said, the presiding judge said, it is up to you to prove that he knew. It's not up to him to prove that he knew. Yes, Your Honor, we have done so. We have shown that he himself said that he doesn't know how the money was used. But this is why we said what we said, Your Honor, but we know that it's up to us to prove that he didn't know. But the point we wanted to make was that when he said that the money was sent or contributed either through parties or through other means, but that he doesn't know where the money went and what for, it is not true. He knew, because this document shows very clearly that he knows where this money was to be used for. Because when he said that the financial system and the technical is one of the technical departments dependent directly on the presidency of the party, directly. So the treasurer or the financial man or the financial transactions, all these things, he says himself, are directly attached to the collegial presidency, that is to himself. And therefore, if it's directly under the president, well, he cannot say that he doesn't know what they did. Also, Calixte in his testimony also said that the College of Presidents received a report whenever the money was received or money was spent. Your Honor, perhaps we should stop here. I don't know if there is more time for more. Well, I think you've spoken long enough, so I think you are right. That is, I think, if there is anything that remains, we can begin, start with it tomorrow morning. Okay. So I think we're going to wait for the statement or today's summary to be presented and we sign, and then we meet tomorrow at the same time. So tomorrow, 8:30.
ngira ngo turaza no gusaba abantu.
I think if we may ask people to be punctual. There are some people who have begun to be late. Please, 8:30. These are, we have a lot of ground to cover, a lot of work. If we don't start punctually, then we will get into trouble with time and work. So because this morning we began almost at 9, that is wrong. Even when we are sent to, we come back from the break, please also be punctual. I know it's difficult, it's hard work, but it has to be done, and there is nothing else. This trial involves a lot of people. If we do not respect the time and don't keep time, we will never manage it in true time. So please, I'm sorry, I do not want to use any other means. I hope you will come on time so that I don't have to have recourse to any other measures. Thank you very much. I'm sure you understand me.
abaregera indishyi n'abavoka babo baze kuri
those seeking compensation with their legal counsel.
Sabimana Calixte Sankara na Maître Nkundabarashi Moise. Maître Ndutiye. Haraza gukurikiraho Nsengimana Herman. uriho urebe kuri SMS hari akantu ko kugira metre nawe katubupurize kuri SMS irahari. Mukandutiye Angeline Mukandutiye arakurikiraho Matakamba, abo bombi bunganirwa na Maître Mukaruzagiriza Chantal. harakurikiraho Shabani Emmanuel, haza gukurikiraho Nsabimana bakunda kwita motari, Nsabimana Jean Damascene. Orinde. Uri Nsabimana. Nshimiyimana Emmanuel, Niyirora Marcel, Iyamuremye Emmanuel n'umwunganizi wabo. Nibavaho haraza Bizimana Cassier na Nizeyimana Marc n'umwunganizi wabo. Okay. Orinde. Harakurikiraho Nsanzubukire Felicien, Munyaneza Anastase n'umwunganizi wabo. Nyuma yabo haze Kwitonda André, Hakizimana Theogene na Ndagijimana Chrétien. Nsanzubukire uri Ndagijimana Kwitonda André. Harakurikiraho Byukusenge Jean Claude, Nikuzwe Simeo, Ntabanganyimana Joseph, Ntibiramira Innocent. Byukusenge kuri 18. Nikuzwe 19. Orinde. Biramirano yo hasi. Ni igikumwe. Chakiraka. Cyambikamo kurya. Wowe witwa Teramo. Yeah. metero hariya wari gito wibuze nongereho n'ikaramu shyiraho n'ikaramu bose urabungana abangaba ukorewe okay. yanditswe hano uryido umunsi bari batubwiye ngo gido ntazi ahubwo uratuma witwa Mugabo Sharifu
waje inyuma Sharifu yavuze ko umwunganira
Sharifu yari yavuze ko wamutumye n'ibyo twari twanditseho hano okay
nazishyizeho nabagira neza
Okay, mwakoze cyane iburanisha ry'umunsi rirashojwe.
Thank you very much. Today's hearings are over.